So welcome everyone this morning. Today is the third day of our interaction in this WIOGEN conference. I do believe that it's been exciting times for us as marine and coastal researchers, learning from each other and interacting with each other. We wish we were talking live, touching each other, meeting together, sharing cups of tea together and sharing ideas. But I do believe that we have benefited from this virtual platform as it's brought more of us together and given us all an opportunity across the region to engage in this conference. I'd like to start by welcoming Tim Andrew to give us some welcoming remarks to set us off this morning and to set the stage for the discussions this morning. Welcome, Tim.
Thank you very much, Jackie. And yes, good morning to everybody across the region and from outside the region. Great to see many friends, many familiar faces and some not so familiar. Yeah, and this is the third day of I think, a very productive and interesting few days. And I think it's designed to perhaps bring some of the discussions together, some of the subjects and information that has been presented together to try and link some of the science through to policy and then also to some practical action. And I think that's what today is really focused on doing. Just to introduce myself, I work with the Nairobi Convention Secretariat as the policy and governance person there, trying to synergize the work that we do over several different projects within the Western Indian Ocean, making sure that there's synergies between the different initiatives and also to try and increase the impact and the effectiveness of the work program of the Nairobi Convention. So the convention has been asked to put together this third day, mainly because we have an interest, or the countries of the region have a strong interest in developing a more effective ocean governance for the Western Indian Ocean. And I know my colleague Dixon on the opening session mentioned some of the background in terms of where the discussions around ocean governance started within the region. But just to recap, in 2015, the African Ministerial Conference on the Environment called upon the countries of Africa, and particularly the regional seas, including the Nairobi Convention, to start working on the development of, firstly, an African regional or African ocean governance strategy to guide the continent. And then this was followed up through more specific Conference of Parties decision in 2018 within the convention itself, to ask the Secretariat to facilitate work towards a regional Western Indian Ocean ocean governance strategy. And we have initiated that as the Convention Secretariat at the country's express wish. And basically, we are trying to facilitate some of the actions that might lead towards more effective ocean governance through the various projects and programs that the Secretariat is executing at the moment. So just briefly, in terms of where we are at the moment, a background paper on ocean governance basically assessed where we were in the region in 2019. That was launched last year. And in fact, our keynote this morning was involved in preparing that background paper. So he has a really good understanding of processes in this region. And then there was a a dialogue in Seychelles where a lot of stakeholders were brought together to discuss ocean governance in 2019. There's also been engagement with the regional economic communities and the AU to try and align the thinking within the region or in the Western Indian Ocean with the process towards this African ocean governance strategy. So the idea is that this regional strategy that is in process of being developed should strengthen and support what is contained within that continental strategy and not conflict with it. There's been more recently, during this year, countries and the RECs have nominated people that could be involved in the process as a core group of people, which we're starting to call the strategy development team or core strategy development team. These are representatives from the different contracting parties in the region, as well as from the RECs, as well as the commissions that are active in the region. This group has already been through the International Ocean Institute training during September. So they went through that month-long training. So have had a very good grounding already on some issues around ocean governance. This group of 24 people will be asked to continue to lead the process around strategy development in the region. And especially next year, there's a plan for a series of subject-specific workshops that are designed to bring information or necessary information supporting science into the discussions. So there's a plan to hold specific discussions that would focus on MSP, for example, the fisheries environment nexus within the region, oil spill response, how to engage private sector more effectively, ABNJ and BBNJ issues in the region will be important element as well. Maritime security, disaster and climate change response in the Western Indian Ocean, and also marine plastic pollution and trade, amongst other subjects. So that's planned through a series of interactions through next year, working towards coming up with a draft Western Indian Ocean governance strategy by the end of next year that then can be considered for political adoption by the parties of the convention. So that's where we are in the process, where we are moving towards. So today is something that also contributes to that process. We've tried to put together a series of high-level presentations by leading experts from within the region and beyond on some important elements that could be considered whilst we move towards this ocean governance strategy development next year. So we look forward to that. I know that the keynote is going to be quite groundbreaking. I've been through the slides already and it looks extremely interesting. And Jacqueline, the chair, will introduce our keynote in a minute. And then we're hopefully going to finish the day with just a half an hour discussion amongst the presenters, the panelists, with some pre-prepared questions that could help to kind of stimulate further thought as we go forward and leave this 3-day conference. So I will finish there and hand back to Jacqueline, and thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much, Tim. We are really grateful to the Nairobi Convention for bringing us together this day and for also putting together a very strong program from which I believe we will learn a great deal. I can see we are now a crowd. We are 51 participants that have joined. I'll introduce myself. I didn't do that earlier. My name is Dr. Jacqueline Nuku. I'm the president of WIOMSA and also a scientist, a researcher at the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute. For those who are joining us, remember to put your name, your country, your institution onto your name as online. We also would like to indicate that there's interpretation available. It is available in French, I believe, for those who would like to listen to the proceedings and understand it better. So I'll take this opportunity to welcome our keynote speaker for today. I welcome Karen Keller. Karen is an independent consultant who works on fisheries and oceans and has been working for several international agencies and consulting firms, ranging from the World Bank, FAO, OECD, UNEP, and others. He's a former fisheries team leader at the World Bank, retired, and manager of the World Bank Global Partnership on Fisheries. His background is in marine biology, business management, and marine law. Before joining the World Bank, he spent most of his career advising on fisheries and marine affairs to governments in developing countries of Asia, Pacific, and Africa. He has worked in over 60 countries, including working as a fisherman, a fish farmer, a manager of a fisher cooperative, a project manager, a fisheries scientist, as well as a university lecturer. So I do believe he's very well suited to give us this keynote to spur up change and new thoughts in this field. He's currently working on work that focuses on global and regional issues in ocean governance, fisheries, marine environmental law, and ocean economy. And I'd like to welcome him to just share his thoughts with us on this day. Welcome, Karen.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. So, hello, are you seeing my screen?
Yes, we are.
The presentation screen.
I see a background screen.
Oh, wait 1 second.
Yeah.
There. Is that better?
Yes, now it's good to go.
Okay. So, good morning, bonjour, bon dia. Directors, scientists, ocean managers, professors and senior officials, young scientists, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to thank WIOGEN for inviting me to talk to you today. It's an honor, a pleasure to be invited. I'd like also to thank the presenters for some fascinating insights that they've given during the last 2 days. I'm not entirely sure why they invited an ex-fisherman and an ex-banker to talk, but I've lived and worked in the region at various times since the mid-1980s and worked in all the countries of the Western Indian Ocean, so I have some knowledge of the region. Hockey indicated that I could talk on whatever subject I wished. First, I thought about presenting a recent regional study on marine plastics and marine plastic pollution. Then I thought that perhaps deep sea mining is a more insidious threat. Finally, I opted for a discussion on the interface between science and regional ocean governance. I must admit I'm not very happy with the result, as I have many unresolved questions. So I hope you'll forgive me if I throw you the occasional curveball or question to which I don't have a good answer. Oh, let me see. I'm not sure if my screen isn't moving here. Let's see. There we go. Okay. I'll start by attempting to characterize the science for ocean governance, then try to describe some of the core elements of WIO Science's contribution to regional ocean governance. Then I'll turn to what we can learn from the science to ocean governance arrangements in other regions. And then I'll consider how you might prioritize ocean science to ocean governance challenges. And to follow that, I'd present some scenarios that we as science may face in relation to governance. And finally, I'll just conclude with some parting thoughts. Some of the key messages are that science is essential to effective ocean governance, and that when science is required to give policy advice, the science is often extended into a less comfortable world of values, trade-offs, and compromises. I think the science to society relationship is changing. The communication of consensus science for governance in the WIO could be improved. But achieving consensus on policy-related science may not always be straightforward. Finally, the pathways deploying science to inform regional ocean governance in the Western Indian Ocean could be reviewed and perhaps improved. So let's look at what does policy and governance demand of science? We can categorize science outputs into several categories: facts, projections, and advice on actions. The first two are useful, but the third, advice on actions, is the one that feeds governance and decisions. And I'm just taking an example. For example, the Western Indian Ocean temperatures have increased by a certain amount, by a certain number of degrees centigrade. The projections or risk assessments on coral reef cover are that there will be a decrease by a certain percentage per year as a result of ocean warming and acidification. The advice on actions, well, the advice might be that it's unlikely that you can halt ocean warming or acidification, so you need to slow the loss of coral cover by reducing other stressors, such as nutrient runoff or overfishing. So what do decision makers require? Well, they require clarity, certainty, confidence, and effective communication to the public, and perhaps additional science. They will come up with other questions which science will have to address. Clearly, the question of certainty can be problematic for science. And then for each action, there can be a consensus, or there can be considerable dissent, different interpretations or different opinions as to the action. And as Daniel P. Moynihan, the US Senator, said, you're entitled to your own opinions, but not your own facts. And sometimes there's questioning of the facts also. So the outcomes are shaped by not only the science, but beliefs, worldviews, values, trust in the science, the political convictions, and the way science is communicated. So the science will have to accommodate the dissent and address the dissent, and be prepared to address the questions and dissenting opinions. So turning to the other direction, what does science demand of governance? And this is largely in relation to national governments and the public inputs into science. Well, science demands acceptance of scientific facts, of objective truth and scientific logic. Science demands an open society or a free exchange of views. I recall a famous anthropological study by Malinowski called Magic, Science and Religion, done on a group of islands where I worked a lot. Malinowski was able to apportion the beliefs of the fishing community regarding causal relationships among the three domains or rationalities. In science, we're dispensing with the magic and the religion as a rationale for actions and focusing purely on evidence or evidence-based decision-making. So if we look again briefly at the open society and the free exchange of ideas in the sense of the philosopher Karl Popper, we can look at things like the suppression of evolutionary theory in some US states. And that may be somewhat contrary to evidence-based science. So the free and open exchange of ideas is not necessarily a guaranteed situation in some countries. Science demands collaboration and access to information, maintenance of core data sets, for example, on the marine environment or the use of marine resources by governments and by public funding. Science demands transparency in science-based decisions by the governance authority. And demands also that support for science and scientific education for both advancing knowledge and sustainable social and economic development. And science demands that governance is engaged with them in setting and allocating support for scientific agendas. However, science also makes an assumption that governance understands the science is based on theories, assumptions, imperfect information, limits of the study of the questions. And unfortunately, this assumption is frequently invalid. The minister that you're advising is simply wants to know, wants certainty, and wants to avoid risk, wants the science to come down and give hard facts and hard opinions, and reduce the risks the political risks that might be taken. So science to governance needs to confront these kinds of challenges and the underlying assumptions. Let's look briefly at the sources for science. And when I'm talking about the sources of science, we're really talking about where does the support come from in terms of financing. And this slide simply summarizes the sources of funding and resources for science. And the key point is that the sources of support influence the science agenda through core assumptions, through language, through values, through principles, through determining the area of study and the questions researched. For example, the GEF took the LMEs as the unit for research agendas, but it's difficult to govern an LME. So there may be some form of mismatch between the different agendas and the application of one domain or one approach to governance. And we had an excellent presentation yesterday on co-design, which addresses this issue. However, the funding agency is accountable for meeting its own targets and has its own criteria for allocating funding. Even if the funding window is wide, the very fact that there is a window is likely to skew the research in this direction, possibly at the cost of more appropriate alternatives. So ideally, regional science would have a pool of untied funding, which would be accessed via regional priorities. The contributors would benefit from the aggregate outcomes rather than from the prescriptive window. And I'm just illustrating this with some of the sources of funding there in the box. So I detect that there's some changing relationships between science and society that you going forward will probably have to address and grapple with. Science has an increasingly direct influence on policy and well-being. And in particular, we see this surfacing during the COVID-19 emergency. Scientists were being wheeled out on television every night. Leaders were claiming we're listening to the science, but delaying hard choices. And in the US, scientists had it the wrong way because they kept changing their opinion in response to new facts. We know that science has to respond to new facts and new statistical analysis, but that's not necessarily the way governance or the politicians see it. They see it as dithering and uncertainty, and that science is unreliable. There's a growing demand for civil society participation, for stakeholder engagement in shaping the science agenda, particularly on things like climate change. So there's a growing need to effectively communicate science, especially for science-based policy decisions. And then we have a competing new media, new popular facts. I get my science on Facebook. You could summarize it like that. change or environmental change, economic change is more frequent and extreme. Technology is introducing new departures, new challenges that impact on the environment, that impact on our way of using natural resources and so forth. And also there's a whole range of compounding effects leading to political, economic and environmental crisis, whether it's changing weather patterns, whether it's new forms of mining activities and so forth. So essentially we cannot necessarily base our projections on the past trends because of this increasing uncertainty and the range of unknown influences, or the less well-known influences that are impeding our thinking. There are also too many overlapping or competing narratives occupying the limited institutional governance space. We can think about the climate agenda, the blue economy agenda, biodiversity agenda, the SDGs, human rights, ecosystem approach, MSP, circular economy. And each one tends to generate silos with different funding streams, with different targets and values. If we take things like EIAs, we're obliged to do EIAs for many of these projects. But is that simply determining an acceptable level of environmental damage? Now, I don't wish to undermine any of these approaches. They're all valuable, but we have to try to balance some of these activities in terms of the limited resources that are available. And then there's a whole range of integration and coordination issues. And the first keynote speaker from the Seychelles gave us a very interesting presentation on this in regard to the MSP in the Seychelles. Okay, so let's move on to the specifics of the Western Indian Ocean. And this slide is simply trying to reflect the mechanics of science to regional ocean governance. And on one side, on the left-hand side, we have the types of science content. On the others are the regional decision makers receiving the science. The key content will be ideally a consensus synthesis leading to actions. The issue is really how this regional consensus is developed, especially if there are contentious issues. Is it by national officials guided by national scientists, or is it hammered out by scientists working as an independent group? The second issue is how science is transmitted to the regional decisions, this arrow in the middle. Is it via separate national conduits, or is it via regional conduit? So is there some kind of a synthesis mechanism that comes up with a consensus view? The other points really relate to backstopping, to monitoring and review, the need for sharing information, for trust, transparency, and effective communication. And the other side really just lists the different decision makers, and I'm sure there are others and other mechanisms that could be included here. So this is really a question that you have to answer going forward. Is there a regional science agenda? WIOMSA organizes regular science conferences which have a comprehensive science portfolio. However, I'm not sure if there is what can be termed as a regional science agenda. If there is, where is it housed and how is it designed and managed? And we can ask a range of questions in relation to ocean governance and how does this agenda support regional ocean governance? What are the shared priorities that will benefit from greater regional science cooperation for governance? And do these issues feature in the current science portfolio? I think we can answer yes to many of these, but we need to kind of set it out with a somewhat more clarity. Is the program structured in a manner in which leads to regional governance actions? How can the gaps be filled or the science aligned more effectively? How can we strengthen the institutional arrangements with the RECs? And Tim already mentioned initiatives to try to do this. There are several regional task forces, but is there a need for an intergovernmental ocean science coordination mechanism? is there a need for some kind of an apex organization? In the previous slide, we looked at the delivery mechanisms and the organizations, and they have clearly have an important role. All these organizations listed here, the regional science channels, have an important role in delivering science to the decision makers. These are not questions we're likely to resolve today, but they may serve as food for thought for future dialogues. So let me move on to some thoughts or lessons that we might learn from ocean science to ocean governance arrangements in other regions. And I'm going to look at 4 different regions and 5 different scenarios. The first one is the way the EU science to governance, marine governance works. And it works through a legal arrangement. There's a law requiring that countries adhere to certain environmental and marine management standards. And there are scientifically determined sampling protocols, for example, for water quality or for biodiversity, marine biodiversity. And there's independent monitoring and evaluation of the national performance. The science to governance mechanism works through the European Commission, essentially the secretariat for the EU. And there's a panel of chief scientific advisors, and they're independently selected. There's a high-level group which supports this panel. And there's also a consortium of a whole range of academies or institutions. And then in terms of allocating the financing, there's competitive bidding, usually by pan-European consortia. In other words, you have institutes from various countries coming together to compete for targeted research funds. There's also specialized scientific institutions such as ICES for fisheries and OSPAR on the marine environment. And then there's also a range of networks such as the Euro-Marine Network, which with 60 different organizations such as, which includes NGOs, research institutes, and so forth. So basically there's a legal mandate, and so it's supported by a whole range of administrative, of fixed administrative arrangements to ensure the flow of science to governance. The Arctic Ocean has a specific agreement on enhancing international Arctic scientific cooperation, and it provides a framework for cooperation for data sharing and intellectual property rights. And then there's a whole range of intergovernmental task forces on specific issues, particularly on things like pollution, black carbon or emissions from shipping is a major issue in the Arctic, mainly because it covers the sea ice and causes additional sea ice melting or absorption of sunlight. So there's a major focus on climate change, and observers from non-parties are included in these dialogues. The South Pacific Community, or the SPC, is a political system, and the South Pacific Forum is the summit, or the group of prime ministers or premiers that make decisions. And they have put together a regional ocean policy in 2002, one of the first comprehensive integrated regional ocean policies. But they recognize the challenge of integration, and they came up with several different ways of addressing this. One was the Council of Regional Organizations in the Pacific, and with them supported by a marine sector working group. So they were able to pull together all the regional organizations under one umbrella. And a little bit like what Tim was referring to earlier, of having the RECs, the regional fisheries organizations and others come together. But in the case of the South Pacific Community, this is done in a structured manner under a regional political mandate. And then there was a series of reviews and adjustments which resulted in a framework for a Pacific oceanscape and high-level policies and plans to support this. However, they recognize the ongoing difficulties in integration, and this is a continuing issue. They also recognize that it was difficult to apply some of these integrated systems, such as eco-based management, too abstract or complex for the resource managers on the ground, and the resources are stretched to even undertake more traditional approaches. And the financing and expertise in the institutions are still aligned to respond to immediate challenges at the sector level, rather than being integrated. The Nauru Agreement, as a group of these Pacific islands, was jointly developed as a system of cooperation some 40 years ago. And they established a common tuna fishing area with common rules. And effectively, they closed the adjacent high seas to tuna fishing. They said that if you are going to fish in the adjacent high seas, we're not going to give you any fishing licenses. And their group power, or their collective power, was such that the fishing vessels were not able to fish economically only in the high seas. They needed the licenses from these countries. So they basically agreed to stop fishing in the high seas. And there was some follow-up at the regional level with the regional fisheries management organization on this. The scientific advice was split in two parts. The South Pacific Commission scientific organization addressed the fish stocks. They collected all for example, the tagging information on tuna, whereas the Foreign Fisheries Agency addressed the fisheries economics and control, and the design of the control and management measures, and used international funding or a specific P&A component of regional projects to do this. At the moment, there's an independent assessment of fish stocks and fishing practices by the Marine Stewardship Council for eco-labeling purposes. In terms of coverage and scientific data input, or scientific and control data, there's 100% VMS coverage and observer coverage of purse seiners, and an increasing coverage of longliners by the VCR, by video cameras on the decks of the vessels, and they're legally required to operate these. So, OSPAR in the North Atlantic also created high seas MPAs, or high seas regulated high seas areas, but based on science. And there was a measure of enforcement which could be applied also to not only to the parties to OSPAR, but also to the non-parties. The scientific advice was provided by the International Council for Exploration of the Seas, and there's a continuing MOU between OSPAR and ICES to keep the scientific advice current. The Northeast Atlantic Fisheries Commission provides the fisheries protection measures, or the monitoring and control. And the compliance measures include port denial for non-compliant vessels. So there's an incentive for the vessels to comply. And in fact, there's a certain amount of traceability of fish which are maybe landed in other ports, and measures to stop them in the ports of non-parties also. So let's look at prioritizing the ocean governance challenges and the science related to ocean governance challenges in the Western Indian Ocean. First, is it necessary to prioritize? Clearly, there are pros and cons, and the priority of one country may not be that of another. But there's limited human, institutional, and financial resources. Scientific advice is not available on all issues, and there may be narrow windows of opportunity. But there's also political and other benefits from success. If you can drive a success on one issue, you can probably roll over some of that success, at least in political terms, into other issues. The cons are that clearly integrated solutions might be deferred, and difficult policy or investment decisions might be postponed. And also the national agendas might dictate the priorities. You might be selecting areas of science where you have financing and just simply neglecting those which may have a greater national priority. So there's no shortage of challenges, and I just like this graphic. It shows the increasing pressures on the blue economy sectors. And I must apologize, it shows the Pacific rather than the Indian Ocean. So in terms of priorities, thankfully, I don't have to suggest the priority challenges. The Global Ocean Science Agenda has ably done this. And Mike Odido gave an excellent presentation on this yesterday, and this slide simply summarizes some of the key elements. What I would like to do is select a few of these WIO regional challenges from the list and outline scenarios for the Western Indian Ocean with particular reference to science. So I've selected 4 challenges: coral reefs, the ABNJ, fisheries reform, and plastic pollution. And the words in blue parentheses reflect the respective Global Ocean Science Agenda challenges. So these exercises are really a way of thinking out loud, the means of generating discussion among you. The points I make really only scratch the surface of the issues, and the challenges require a far more rigorous scientific treatment. So, saving coral reef scenario is based on the assumption that global ocean warming and ocean acidification will continue to increase, and by itself result in massive loss of coral reefs. This means that the other multiple stressors must be addressed. I'm putting fisheries to one side, as there's been much work done on coral reef fisheries. Their major remaining stressor is pollution of various forms, notably from agricultural runoff and untreated wastewater, and siltation from deforestation or changing land use. Reducing agricultural runoff requires major change in land use patterns and practices. Treatment of wastewater requires major infrastructure investment. The scale of the investment required is not really reflected in public investment plans. The challenge for a multidisciplinary science is to identify the scale of investments required and prepare a justification for the investments based on the evidence that investments will make a significant difference to coral reef ecosystem health. And there's a second part to this, and that's on the ocean acidification. And I just want to point, and this is really, it's to try to consider an institutional and legal gap-filling exercise to separate the emissions of CO2 from other greenhouse gas emissions in the UNFCCC and in other dialogues. And the reason for this is there's a direct causal link between CO2 emissions and ocean acidification. And states already have an obligation to prevent, reduce, and control ocean pollution, including through the atmosphere. However, the norms for state behavior to implement this obligation do not exist. So it would be useful to consider draft norms on state obligations to prevent, reduce, and control CO2 ocean pollution. Ideally, there would be a specific CO2 global emissions targets and the nationally determined commitments would be expressed not only in greenhouse gas, but also as a specific CO2 component within the UNFCCC processes. So I think we're a long way from doing any of this, but it's simply pointing out some legal and gaps in the processes that are currently underway. So, moving on to the ABNJ. It's likely that an ABNJ or BBNJ convention could take a decade or more. They've already changed the name from ABNJ to BBNJ and diluted, if you like, some of the aspects of it. So it will take might take a long time, and is there a need for some regional implementations, regional or interim regional arrangements, seeing as that regional implementation arrangements will still have to be developed even if there is a convention agreed. And the point, I think, is that most of the legal authorities already exist through international instruments on fisheries, on shipping, on compliance, and on maritime security. And the Nairobi Convention already has a mandate to develop A, B, and G scenarios. So you might consider building on the high seas innovations in the Arctic, OSPAR, PNA, Mediterranean, and other areas. And the Nairobi Convention could initiate a scientific and governance dialogue on designating the Western Indian Ocean ABNJ as a high seas MPA, either in its entirety or as in parts. And then consider means of coordinating the existing management arrangements or instruments and filling the gaps. So let's move on to fisheries reform. And restoring depleted fisheries requires reforms, and many of the fisheries in the region are substantially depleted. And the reforms incur economic and political costs. And the political decisions are influenced by economic arguments. In 2008, we prepared a study called the Sunken Billions that estimated the global losses from mismanaged marine fisheries. And the idea was to target not the fisheries ministers, but the finance ministers, and point out that there was a potential benefits from these reforms, and that these potential benefits outweighed the costs of the reforms. When you extrapolate these estimates to the Western Indian Ocean, you're looking at over 200 million a year in potential benefits from reforming the fisheries. And this was in 2008, and since then there's been some additional depletion, for example, in some of the tuna fisheries. The approach was used to drive a reform of the world's largest fishery, the Peru anchoveta fishery, and a project that we put in place changed the structure of the fishery from an accumulated industry debt of almost of moving towards $1 billion to profits of about $500 million per year. And the conclusion is that really communicating sustainable fisheries in terms of economic opportunities can drive the political will for reforms. Now let's look briefly at marine plastic pollution. And again, we're looking at the talk of a regional convention, but that hasn't even started at the moment, and it could take decades. So again, you could consider some kind of regional framework program to combat marine plastic pollution. And a science-based program could look at developing country-specific action plans, and this would enable access to resources to implement the plans. You set out a clear plan and cost the plan, and you have some chance of getting financing for it, particularly for the solid waste management, which is particularly costly. And also develop a regional action plan as a means to support the science, the technology, and the innovation for a plastic circular economy, and engage the RECs to establish regional norms and measures, particularly on harmonized regional measures on trade in waste plastic. For example, the small island countries cannot recycle many of the plastic products, and they need to be aggregated so that you have economies of scale in recycling. And then you need a mechanism to access and deliver the resources and the investment in things like recycling. So they are the scenarios, and just briefly moving forward. I think I was closely involved in the preparation of the initial WIO, TDA and SAP in the late 1990s. And since then, I can see that there's remarkable progress has been made on scientific understanding. However, there's a little less progress on regional governance. For example, I think there's modest implementation of some of the Nairobi Convention protocols, in particular on the land-based sources of pollution. The science to regional ocean governance pathways are somewhat fragmented. I think partly because the absence of a delivery conduit to the RECs, which is a question that's been raised by Tim earlier. And you might consider the creation of a formal Nairobi Convention Science to Policy Council, something like the council in the South Pacific community, to communicate consensus science to the RECs and to enable progress on policy and governance. So, secondly, we have to have a certain amount of modesty in terms of what science can do. And I like this quotation that science is called upon to guide policymakers in managing complex problems. And it's like asking an expert on heart disease to do a heart transplant. So acting on the science can be quite difficult. So we have to recognize the limits to scientific advice, and that the scientific facts are just abstractions of reality. Ideally, we need tight feedback loops to test the assumptions and test the recommendations. However, the feedback can be slow and perhaps not very not a good basis for decisions. It's ambiguous, debatable. There's so many outside influences in an open ocean system, and policy must be capable of adjusting to changing scientific advice. And I mentioned this in relation to COVID-19 earlier, that the facts change and the advice must change, but the political commitments have already been made, so that the escape hatches need to be built into the scientific advice and the way the actions are structured. So you have a tendency at the policy level that the science-based policy means just give me a number. And we have to recall that models don't determine outcomes, but people do. And that the new, calling it Facebook science, can be a two-edged sword. It can reinforce consensus science or it can undermine it. And we've seen this happening with the COVID-19 in a number of countries. So that we need more understanding of the civil society beliefs and values regarding oceans. And I'm just throwing in something here and don't necessarily believe this, but that deep ocean mining is an important part of the solution to climate change because of the supply of essential materials for electric batteries. And you can have it as a subject for debate in somewhere, if you like. So the concluding thought is the interface, communication and narrative between science, the art of the soluble, and politics and governance, the art of the possible, is a pivotal function and requires greater attention. Thank you. Merci. Obrigado. And I leave you with this parting slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Charan. I love the last slide. Do we need to become superheroes, those gathered in this room, to do something about the science to policy interface? Thank you so much for those thoughts. You've given us an outlook of things that we can do that are very, very practical and very, very insightful. I see Margaret has said insightful. We have a very few minutes. We have 3-4 minutes to take questions and thoughts. We can put up our hands or post it in the chat. Or participants, I see some claps. Damaris has clapped for you. She has commended the talk. But I don't see anyone raising. I think you have inspired us and left us without questions, Kiran.
There is a hand.
But Ramadan, yeah, I see Ramadan.
Yeah.
Please put on your mic as well as your camera if you can, so that we can see you.
Hello.
Yes,
I think everyone can see me.
yes, we can.
I'm talking from Tanzania.
Yes, Ramadan.
I have some questions here, anyway, to just to ask in order to understand. Before I go to the to ask the questions, I think I have to congratulate Mr. Keller that he has presented a very nice presentation. Anyway. Now let me go straight to the question. One of the question is, I saw some, actually on challenges pertaining to ocean challenges. One of the challenges is blue economy. My question is, if you're saying blue economy is one of the challenges when it comes to ocean challenges, and I mean ocean governance, I think we have to be specific, because if you say blue economy should be termed as a challenge, the whole thing, you know, if you say blue economy is a challenge, it means even in, I think everyone knows that it encompasses a lot. When you say blue economy, you are talking even mariculture, you are talking gas and oil explorations and all that. So in my view, I think the presenter would say that if blue would say that there are some components in the blue economy, when we address the blue economy, there are some components which actually has got some challenges on the ocean governances, like gas and oil projects. Those ones that I think we can legally say those have got some challenges when it comes to ocean governance. But with the marine, with the aquaculture or mariculture, it cannot be addressed as one of the challenges. So, Mr. Keller, my advice on that you have to be specific when you talk about challenges which actually exacts some effects on the ocean governances. You have to be specific, not just generalizing the whole thing that blue economy is one of the challenge. That is one.
Ramadan,
yes.
Can you be very fast? I don't want to
Okay.
cut you short, just summarize because of time. And we have one more person who has a question.
Okay. Yeah. Another thing is, actually, this is just a suggestion that we need to communicate scientifically. You know, I don't know if I just got it correctly, but I think that's how it is. That we have a lot of research in Africa, I can say, particularly along the coast. People are doing research in fisheries, and so we fail to communicate. I think most of the research which are being done by most of our scientists is just because of most of the funds are not from our governments. The funds are just from outside there. So whenever if someone has funded you, actually the interest of the funder is just an output. But communication is another thing, and that one should be a program maybe, or addressed by the country, addressed by some of the countries which they think that a particular research is very significant to the community. But the interest of the funders is just an output. So
Ramadan, I will stop you there. I hope you don't mind. I think those are critical, very critical questions.
Those two questions, I think, are enough.
Okay, thank you. I want Fulanda to give a thought. I don't want to extend this question and answer. We still have a panel discussion later in the day. If you look at your program, so we could also bring up those questions and issues into the panel discussion, because a lot will come out from the other speakers. Fulanda, Dr. Fulanda quickly, and then Dr. Bosire, I saw your hand up, but just one thought.
Yeah. Thank you,
Thank you.
Daktari.
Yes.
Yeah, I hope everybody can hear me. Mine is will be very brief. I'm just looking at what Professor Keller said when he said the agencies which are funding the research actually drive the research agenda. But I'm also looking at what we say as scientists. For example, based on the presentation you have made, isn't it also us, the scientists, who are also driving the research agenda? Because based on what we put forward, this would basically go to the guys who do the policy thing and then release the call for funding, which is actually based on what we say in most of these conferences. What do you think? Thank you.
Thank you, Fulanda. Dr. Bosire.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you, Chair. I will be very brief. Maybe this is it's a broad question, so not to Karen only. Karen, thank you for the presentation. We may discuss it later, but we may have a response now. The next 10 years actually provide a great opportunity for science to significantly influence policy. We are calling the next 10 years the super decade. You know, talking about the SDGs culminating 2030, the post-2020 global biodiversity framework discussions, a decade of ocean science, a decade of ecosystem restoration, among others, including the Paris 2015 agreement. So the next 10 years provide a great opportunity for science to influence policy. My only question is, since it is the governments who normally make these global commitments in terms of delivery, how can the business case be strengthened to ensure that governments prioritize increasing or giving funds to research, which then can enable the governments to actually get the information they need for them to deliver towards their global commitments? The business case for government to increase funding towards research. Thank you.
So Kiran, I'll give you a few minutes to respond collectively to what has been shared.
Okay, thank you. I agree with the comments of the speakers. Firstly, on the blue economy challenge, that's really taken from the global oceans agenda and the science, the list of challenges prepared by under the ocean science. Clearly, there's a whole range of issues bundled into and packaged under the heading of blue economy, and the blue economy is really a packaging exercise. I think more than an initiative in itself. It's simply putting a sustainable label on many of the activities which were already underway and many of the challenges which were already being placed. And I remember maybe more than 10 years ago writing papers for the OECD, calling them greening the blue economy. And that was really before we were using the term blue economy, and it was still a green economy applied to the oceans. So on the question of who sets the science agenda, I think that's quite an open question. I think unconsciously some of the funding agencies are setting the agenda, and unconsciously some of the scientists in developing countries are accepting this agenda. So I think it's an interesting question to debate. What's the weight of the inputs from, for example, Western Indian Ocean scientists and the various funding agencies? I don't have the answer to that. I think the scientists in the region will have a much better grasp of this. On the third one, on the business case, I think I've outlined a number of issues in the scenarios where you would need to construct a business case. So, for example, if you want to fix coral reefs, I think you will have to address things like the runoff or wastewater treatment, and that's a major cost. And the question is whether the cost involved in building wastewater treatment plants is justified in terms of the benefits from tourism, for example. So there's a kind of cost-benefit analysis and business case that has to be made for in many of these different areas, and they're all quite specific to the particular challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Kieran. I think you have inspired our participants, including myself. I'll hold on my questions. I think I had a few thoughts to much later when we can probably dialogue around them. I'd like to move on to part 2 of this special event and welcome Yvonne Waweru and Dominic Stacker. The team is going to talk to us about multi-stakeholder initiatives in support of ocean governance in the WIO. I believe Yvonne is taking up that presentation, and I'll request Yvonne to introduce yourself as you begin. Thank you, Yvonne. I can see you're ready, so please begin.
Okay.
Please put this on presentation mode.
Okay, just a minute.
For participants, we welcome you yet again. We still have interpretation into French from English for those who would be comfortable with that.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Jackie, Dr. Uku, and to all the participants. Can you all hear me clearly?
We can hear you, but it's still not on presentation mode. But if it gets stuck, just continue.
Okay, I'll try that. So my name is Yvonne Waweru. I'm working for GIZ. That's the German Development Cooperation Agency. And I'm working as a senior advisor for a project called Western Indian Ocean Governance Initiative, which I will talk about in my presentation. And the main goal of my presentation today shall be to showcase how we are trying to bring together different stakeholders in what we call a multi-stakeholder initiative for a sustainable blue economy. And this is in furtherance of what has been discussed partly by Keller on how to deal with the integration problem and enabling cooperation across sectors and stakeholder participation. And the first part will be done by myself, and then Dominic Stacker will make the second part. I think, Dominic, you can introduce yourself, and then we can start the presentation. Dominic,
thanks
over
very
to
much,
you.
everyone. Great. Just very briefly, my name is Dominic Stacker. I've worked as managing partner with the Collective Leadership Institute. We have offices in Germany and South Africa, and also here in the US, where it's very, very early at this moment. I'm near Boston. But it's a real pleasure to join you, to be partnering with GIZ on this and other initiatives. Back to you, Yvonne. I'll be right back for my piece of the presentation.
Okay, thanks, Dominic. So are you now able to see in slideshow?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So, so I'll start with the Western Indian Ocean Governance Initiative project, just to mention that it stems from a cooperation between BMZ, that's the Federal Ministry, German Federal Ministry for International Cooperation and Development, and the Nairobi Convention Secretariat. And so the project is implemented by GIZ. So just to give an overview, the main objective of the project is to enhance cooperation between relevant actors, both at regional and local levels, for the protection and sustainable use of marine and coastal biodiversity in the WIO region. So it's a short project, started in 2020 during COVID, and will end in March 2024. And it has three main components. So the first one is to strengthen regional ocean governance in the Western Indian Ocean region and enhancing the involvement of the private sector in regional governance. And thirdly, we are working on establishing a multi-stakeholder partnership for integrated coastal zone management in Mozambique. So the first two components are regional in scope, working with the
Chair, is Yvonne muted? Yvonne, you may be muted.
Yvonne, we just lost you there for a moment.
Yes, sorry, I think, okay.
Are you able to come back?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. So I was just talking about the WIOGEN project and the three components.
Are you able to put back the slides? Screen share, if we lost that.
Oh, sorry. Let me try and share again. Okay, can you see now?
Yes, and it's in full screen.
Sorry, my apologies for that. Yeah, I think, I don't know whether you heard me say this, but the WIOGEN project has three components. So the first two are regional in scope. That's on strengthening regional ocean governance in the WIO and enhancing the involvement of the private sector. And the third one is focused in our focal country, that's Mozambique, on establishing a multi-stakeholder partnership. So the WIOGEN project is not working in isolation, but working very closely with the Nairobi Convention Secretariat and supporting to implement the Nairobi Convention work program and several COP decisions. And Team Andrew gave an overview of some of the decisions that are relevant for our project, particularly in relation to the development of the ocean governance strategy, which we are working together with a core group of 24 to co-create this strategy. So in terms of what exactly we are doing, we are helping to co-create the ocean governance strategy and an information management strategy using a very highly participatory process in what we call co-creation. And we believe that this will support ownership and implementation after it's developed. Secondly, in relation to enhancing the involvement of the private sector, we're supporting the creation of a platform to help governments engage private sector and communities at the regional level, and also supporting local action through multi-stakeholder partnerships. And this will help to accelerate transition to a sustainable blue economy. And as I said, also, we are piloting implementation on the ground in Mozambique. So the focus of my presentation will be on the second component, on the multi-stakeholder initiative and partnerships for sustainable blue economy. So as you can see from that slide, we are currently in discussions and with several organizations from the region. We have the Secretariat, WWF, IUCN, GIZ, Conservation International, WIOMZA, Wetlands, Cordio East Africa, and the Collective Leadership Institute. That's Dominic, who's helping us to create this in a very highly participatory manner. So let me start by saying that governance in general is the purposeful effort to steer, control, or manage sectors or facets of society. And As you can see, and also as you've heard from Kieran's presentation, there's the ever persistent problem of integration in ocean governance. You have different sectors working in that space, from fisheries, environment, shipping, etc. And in addition, you have several stakeholders there. You have NGOs, you have businesses, local communities, and members of the public. So I think good ocean governance means that you extend the practice of governing to non-state actors and stakeholders who have a stake in governing. Of course, the primary governance actors, I would argue, is governments. But when you talk of governance, you have to think of the wider scope of sectors and stakeholders. So the key issue and key problem is always how to bridge these divides, how to enhance cross-sector cooperation, and how to enhance stakeholder participation, all the relevant stakeholders. And so with the MSI, what I call the Multi-Stakeholder Initiative, what we are trying to do is to involve governments, private sector, civil society, communities, and international organizations to work together or collectively to enhance coastal and ocean stewardship and accelerate the transition to a blue economy. And as you can see from that diagram, we have the different groups of actors there. We have .gov, that's governments. We have the .org, the NGOs and civil society. Then .int is the international organizations such as GIZ, World Bank, etc., UNEP. And so what is often missing is the .coms, that's the private sector. And what we are trying to do with the MSI is to bring all these different actors together to catalyze a blue economy. So what is the MSI? This is very future gazing. We are talking about 2 years from now. We're in the process of developing it or co-creating it. And we, together with all those organizations that I've mentioned there, but we'll progressively include, expand the partnership to include private sector and governments in the long run. And I think Dominic's presentation will focus on that. But what we hope to achieve in 2 years, we hope that the MSI will be a well-resourced and effective alliance between all these different actors, the governments, business, civil society, research and international organizations. And the objective will be to catalyze the transition to a sustainable blue economy in the WIO. And in terms of governance, we want to establish a multi-stakeholder governance where we'll have participation of the private sector and communities, etc., as the engines of the sustainable blue economy, and to improve collective responsibility and joint accountability. So the MSI will set and monitor a common blue economy agenda, principles, goals, and brands. And it will manage a collaboration system and mobilize resources. So we are calling this a collaboration system where everyone is involved and everyone is doing their part for a sustainable blue economy. And we hope to catalyze resources for 3 main areas. The first is blue governance. This will cover policymakers, policymaking, planning, information management, etc. And we also want to have a key focus on blue investments. And this is where the private sector, I think, would fall in, where we will have, just support for developing business models, value chains, technology, infrastructure, jobs, etc. And most importantly, blue stewardship. This will involve citizens, because we all often sometimes forget the citizens. We have businesses, of course, they also have a role to play in stewardship, and governments. And of course, local NGOs would fall here, and they would be empowered to be stewards for the region's coastal and marine resources, including also rivers. So the delivery is through collective leadership and very impactful multi-stakeholder partnerships. So the keyword there is also multi-stakeholder. So we want to try and break these silos that have been there for a long time. So in short, we are leveraging on the power of collective leadership. That is, we are exponentially more powerful by acting together. So that's the end of my presentation, and I'll now hand over to Dominic to continue with the rest of it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Yvonne. That really laid the foundation for the presentation today. I'll go into a little bit more detail on this collective leadership aspect. And I should point out that the Collective Leadership Institute, we are not necessarily a scientific institute or a technical institute, but we rather focus on high quality processes and high quality multi-stakeholder dialogue, like Yvonne was talking about in terms of inclusion, participation, equity, making sure that work that happens in the WIO region is African-led. So if I may, I'll just share my screen here, a few slides. I think all of us are aware that ocean governance or sustainable blue economy will involve multiple and interrelated sustainable development goals, whether it's at the environmental, societal, or economic level. What we would emphasize is that this goal 17 is actually quite essential. So leading transformative change collectively is really essential for taking on any one or number of SDGs. Each of these are complex systems challenges that require the diversity that Yvonne was talking about in terms of different stakeholders from across the whole region, from across public sector, private sector, civil society, communities, and so on, to draw out their collective intelligence and collective responsibility and collective action for ocean governance, for a sustainable blue economy. And looking at that kind of partnership at the Collective Leadership Institute, we define leadership as the capacity of a group of actors to collaborate on a shared purpose and catalyze transformative change. So that's the intention of this MSI that Yvonne and I are presenting today, that we are bringing together a group of actors that will become more and more diverse, more and more representative as we go. It's not a fast process. We want to journey far together. And so we're trying to gather all the necessary stakeholders who wish to participate in this process, and rather take a robust approach that makes sure inclusion is at the center and participation is at the center. We believe the results will be more robust in this approach instead of traveling quickly, traveling alone. In doing this, there are two methodologies that the Collective Leadership Institute is offering to this multi-stakeholder initiative, the MSI. One is this collective leadership compass. And without going into great detail, the compass can be used both as an assessment or analytical tool and as a planning tool at different levels. So the compass can be used to assess your own collective leadership competence. What are your strengths and what are your development areas? You can look at team level, you can look at organizational level, you can look at whole stakeholder systems. To what extent is collective leadership already present? And where are opportunities for further development? This is coupled with the dialogic change model, which is a process model, looking at different phases of a given change process, whether we're talking about an initiative or building a region-wide network for transformation. Especially this first phase often gets ignored on exploring and engaging the context. That's definitely where we are now, trying to build resonance for change, making sure we understand the context fully, and building this container or an initial team for change. We just recently brought together a preliminary steering team working with a growing number of members in this phase one. Before we want to be careful to do a good job of exploring and engaging before we start formalizing things too much, so that we can truly bring in the collective intelligence of a diversity of representatives into the work. And so what we do here, and let me link this explicitly to governance of this multi-stakeholder initiative, a compass is a good tool to have to navigate a journey. So if the snail there, if the blue model, the dialogic change model represents a journey, the compass is a model can be taken on that journey and can help us navigate that journey. And in terms of governance, what I just mentioned is that there's a preliminary governance structure just recently in place We literally had our first meeting last week. This is design and stewarding participatory processes for developing the MSI. Initial conceptualization is part of this phase, mobilizing initial resources and other stakeholder groups. In a second phase, as we become a bit more formal, we would have an interim governance structure, designing a longer term structure, the processes and pillars that are important for this initiative, including mission and goals and so on, mobilizing resources and ensuring solid representation. You notice that the current partners are largely international conservation organizations, and that's a good place to start. There's regional representation among those organizations, regional expertise. Going into a phase 2, we want to expand that to include organizations like many of you represent, to include government, to include private sector, to include communities. And then moving into an implementation phase and moving toward more permanent governance, this would be a focus on maintaining and growing this multi-stakeholder initiative, adapting to new challenges and opportunities that arise. We expect that this will be a dynamic process. And as we move through those phases, what we anticipate building is, having at your bottom right, a core structure for the MSI, this idea of a steering board, a secretariat. Those are not new ideas, but we also want to have cross-cutting thematic innovation teams across the region on key sustainable blue economy topics, on key ocean governance topics. Also added to that, a technical facility, individuals with different expertise who are there on retainer to support different partnerships to get off the ground. As well as a funding facility that can complement with resources. Now, we don't want this to be a top-down initiative, but rather a decentralized one. So some core structure on the one hand, but also on your left side, autonomous projects and partnerships. We feel that we can really reach scale if this broader network has a degree of autonomy. And so maintaining independent governance there, funding, et cetera, among those partnerships and projects, and even collaborating, of course, with others in a decentralized way. Not everything has to go over a central level. So possible benefits I'll list here. Strategic alignment around the sustainable blue economy agenda would be an added value of this MSI. Having a shared brand or a shared identity with a strong support, so that identity is recognized in the region and hopefully is offering added value to the work that is already happening in so many places in the region. Access to funds, to knowledge, to expertise, also to new partners is really an important benefit. Harmonization and synergies, identifying those across diverse actors and projects. There could be joint advocacy. This multi-stakeholder initiative could speak with one voice to influence bigger agendas in the region, and of course, achieve a larger cumulative impact. This profiling and visibility point might link back to the point on the brand. Having a strong communications network in place will be important. And then there would be a couple of requirements as well for members that would join this MSI, this broader network. So adopt and implement the Sustainable Blue Economy agenda and principles that go along with that. Contribute to the broader MSI goals, of course. Adopt and protect and enhance this brand that we're creating, and capturing and sharing lessons. Some of the language you see here has a focus on private sector, because we see that engagement of private sector, of course, is essential for a sustainable blue economy, making the business case to the private sector why a sustainable blue economy makes sense for them. And what we imagine evolving, so this core structure, as I've already presented, would be linked to the Nairobi Convention Secretariat as a political anchoring. And then this broader network that we would have multiple collaboration ecosystems on different topics that are important at a regional level, that are important at a country level, And the examples are here. It could be around ecotourism or aquaculture, green ports and shipping. We already have members interested on that topic. Blue schools campaigns, circular economy, targeted advocacy campaigns. And potentially this, what Yvonne mentioned at the beginning of her presentation, a cross-cutting dialogue platform on the sustainable blue economy policy to make sure that science, to make sure that local realities are linked to policy-making processes that are happening. And I'll end on this slide. In building this network of multiple collaboration ecosystems, we would draw on the collective leadership compass that I presented earlier, especially its level of network enablers. And so we're looking at, especially now, building purpose around future possibilities. What is the story that we're telling? Engagement is going to be key, and making sure the structures in this network can remain dynamic and that members can have multiple ways to engage. We're looking at innovation, novel pathways for making change come about in the region, creative approaches, and of course, value creation around this human aspect. We're working both with mind, the analytical mind, and we're working with the emotive heart as well. So making sure that we are acknowledging each other's experience and expertise in the region. And then just two last points on collective intelligence, making sure, for example, through this dialogue platform I just mentioned, that there are clear and inclusive opportunities for communication and exchange to leverage the diversity of that network and create further cohesion. And finally, to think about the contextual impact, the relevance of this network that we're building, the purpose of that network to impact strategy. And it's embedded in larger transformations that are happening. Previous speakers have mentioned the SDGs, the biodiversity conservation agenda, the climate change agenda, and so on. How can our work in the WIO region also influence these global agendas? And with that, Yvonne, I come to the thank you slide. Perhaps there are some additional points you'd like to make. You're welcome to do so. And maybe there are some questions or comments from participants. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you very much to the team. Yvonne, would you like to make some final comments?
No, thanks, Dominic. And I don't think I have any other further comment, but if there's any question from the floor, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Okay, thank you to the team. We applaud you. You may not be able to hear the claps, but we do applaud you. Yes. And we have room for one, and I see Brian has a question. Brian, quickly, I think that is the one we will take.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for taking my question. So this is a question for Dominic, although I would be interested if Yvonne has a take on this as well. First of all, thank you for your wonderful presentation. I think the need for partnership and networking and the value added, as you put it, the larger collective impact is important. I found that very convincing. I'm wondering how you would respond to criticisms of multi-stakeholderism. So to put it kind of succinctly, the idea that if you bring a bunch of people to the table, you're at risk of preserving the existing power dynamics between those actors. And so you might reproduce inequalities, inequities. So a recent example being the UN Food Systems Summit and a lot of criticism of the use of multi-stakeholderism there to subvert existing more democratic processes in this case, food governance. So yeah, I'm just wondering on your thoughts on that aspect.
Thanks for your question, Brian. And I think this is a process question. So I talked about phase one, exploring and engaging the system, and understanding the context is really our key focus right now. That would include understanding existing power dynamics. And well before we're going to invite multiple actors to a bigger high-level dialogue, we need to address those power dynamics and make sure that people can show up in an equitable way at the table, that their voice is respected and heard, and that there's a key shift that can happen in collaboration processes like this when people realize it's more about their institution. It's even more than their sector. When people approach a dialogue with a degree of humility to say, I have part of the answer, my institution has part of the answer, my sector has part of the answer, but you know what? Collaboration makes sense. We need the other sectors there as well. If that's so it's very much about individual attitudes coming into a dialogue to address the power dynamics you're talking about, and preparing. Usually there are sector-specific dialogues that are happening well before a multi-stakeholder dialogue is taking place, to prepare each sector for that dialogue and point out the value of collaboration for achieving shared goals. So it's like, yes, I can work on my own mandate. That's essential. Each of us, we have to report to our boss. Sure. And we have to do a good job around that. And we can achieve that mandate in a more robust way in collaboration. When that's really understood, then we've turned a corner and we can really move forward together. Thank you.
Yeah, if I may add on to that. Yeah, thanks, Dominic, for that very elaborate answer. And as he mentioned, we are still in the initiating phase, the exploring and engaging phase. And one of the things we've done is to develop some principles to guide our dialogues and the building process. So for example, one of the principles is equality in participation. So all voices are equal, every voice matters, and everyone's perspective matters. And that will go a long way in ensuring that the space is democratic and that all voices are heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yvonne and Dominic. I just want to break it down a bit, and maybe you correct me. I may have heard wrong as I tried to follow the thread of your presentation. And what I took away is that you're going to help science and scientists brand their messaging for the policymaker. So you intend to be the bridge in between. Did I get it right or did I get it wrong? Dominic?
Yvonne, would you care to comment, Yvonne? I'm happy to add if you like.
Yes, thanks, Jackie. Let me just say that the MSI is not like this, how to the apex of all this. We are working in a collaboration system. So what the MSI would offer is a brand and a set of principles which would be agreed on by all actors, including science, beforehand. So for example, if we agree that the blue economy, sustainable blue economy principles include sustainable livelihoods, conservation, etc. So scientists, in whichever form they join the MSI, would be allowed some autonomy, but linked to the MSI through the already agreed common principles. So the MSI is not setting the agenda per se, it's just offering a platform for collaboration. So I don't foresee a situation where we'll be setting the science agenda, for example. Yeah. Or, yeah. Maybe Dominic, you want to explain?
Yeah, because I think you can also answer Shannon's question alongside the one I asked, how would organizations participate in this process? I think it ties, because what we're trying to see is how do we come into it as scientists? Is it that you brand our messages? Is it that you help us connect to an already existing platform that is already set and branded?
I just wanted to make one comment on that latter question, Jacqueline. Science needs to inform policy, and the question is around how. So there are ways in which the MSI can support that by having universities, academic partners, research institutions as members, which would relate back to Shannon's question there in the text chat. But I also want to make the point about the policies have to be implemented. And so the MSI is also about building a sense, if the policies are developed in a participatory way, if if different organizations across this MSI membership have a sense that they've made a real contribution to the policymaking in a science-based way, we can build ownership around those policies. And as we're doing that, we're building commitment also for implementation. I was part of the process of building this. Our organization contributed. Yes, this policy is better as a result. It's better because it's informed by science. It's better because it's informed by realities on the ground that we're experiencing. That's what the policy needs to serve in the end. And then we're an action-oriented group of members right now, and we want to see change happen. And Yvonne, I think you probably have more information on Shannon's question. She says, how would people or organizations be able to participate in the process once you are at that stage? I think Shannon is partly answering her own question, that there are stages to, maybe Yvonne, you'd like to comment.
Yeah, very quickly.
Yes. Yeah, thanks, Dominic. So as I said earlier, we are still in the initiating phase, and currently we're about 8 organizations and being helped by CLI, Dominic's organization, to develop this. So a preliminary steering team committee was just put in place last week, and so progressively we have agreed on a process to bring on others on board. So once we finish on that, definitely the membership is going to be expanded, and it's going to be more inclusive to bring together governments, private sector, and civil society, also working at the local level. So it's a process, and definitely when we are at that point, we'll open it up for other organizations to join us.
Okay. Thank you to the team for sharing very unique thoughts and a unique process. I'd like to hand over to the next speaker, Bernadette Snow. I remind participants, please switch off your mics so that we can hear the speaker. Bernadette, as you start, kindly introduce yourself and welcome.
Perfect. I hope everyone can see the presentation. I don't know why it started at the end. I was probably hoping I was finished by now. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening for those in different time zones. I'm Bernadette Snow, and I'm part of a collective team based within a global initiative called the One Ocean Hub, as well as associated and affiliated with the Institute for Coastal Marine Research at the Nelson Mandela University in South Africa. As I mentioned, we looked at the development or towards the development of a regional marine spatial planning strategy that could align and fit within the Western Indian Ocean region. So this definitely is at a regional level with application at a local and contextual level. I need to acknowledge the full team that is available, and on my last slide, I will provide contact details for Amanda Lombard, who is the lead and contact author for this particular strategy, if there are any further follow-up questions post this, this meeting. Before I continue, I would like to comment on how integrated and how necessary this particular session is within the WIOGEN conference. As Tim and the previous speakers have highlighted, initiated. Through these different processes, we are undertaking and looking at some of those difficulties around integration, about inclusion, about justice, about how people participate, and how we move forward to have not only uptake of science, but also uptake of different governance structures and strategies. So I'm looking forward to the session at the end of today, where we can talk a little bit more amongst ourselves, as well as with the audience, on these particular projects and programs that are being presented at the moment. So just to talk about a little bit how this has come about, what is important. And if we look at the development of blue economy in Africa, it aligns closely with the African Union 2050 African Integrated Maritime Strategy and the African Union Agenda for 2063, the Africa we want. In particular, Goal 6 of this agenda looks at Africa's blue or ocean economy that is a major contributor to continental growth and transformation, and how, through sustainable exploitation of marine resources and energy, streamlining of port operations and aquatic transport, And also Goal 7 looks at the strategy which recommends sustainable use of resources through natural resource management and biodiversity conservation. The African Union also recognizes the challenges, and we talk about some of these, and they have been mentioned before, fishing, pollution, security, etc. These are faced by its member states in different forms, and it also then hampers the realization of the full potential from a sustainable blue economy. Therefore, it is necessary to have a clear vision for the continent towards the development of an inclusive and sustainable economy. Through the African Blue Economy Strategy, this could be achieved. So we need to achieve this further through visions and goals for the region. Marine spatial planning is one of many tools, and I think this is important to note, within the governance process that can be used to build on an inclusive blue economy that prioritizes sustainability as we move forward. So what is MSP, the Marine Spatial Process? And very key points when we look at the definitions that come through is that it's looking at an ecosystem based. And Kieran, I noted you talking about how sometimes the use of the complexity around ecosystem based processes are difficult to integrate into policy from science to policy making, you mentioned earlier. The aim is to balance the ecological and economic and social goals and also the objectives towards sustainable development. It looks at integrating across these economic sectors among different government agencies. It is usually place-based or area-based. It needs to be adaptive. In other words, there needs to be an ability for learning from the different experiences and changing thereby. So the MSI process that's just been mentioned could provide this opportunity for learning and for then adaptation to take place within a governance structure. This also needs to be strategic and anticipatory. So look at long term. It needs to be participatory with stakeholders, and there have been previous presentations at this conference looking at and questions raised within the MSI presentation on what is meant by participatory, who are the stakeholders, how are these activities, and what is the process that is undertaken. So one of the definitions is the definition that we were using throughout here through the IOC, United Nations, UNESCO process, and it's seen as a process of analyzing and allocating parts of the 3 dimensions of marine spaces or the particular ecosystem to specific uses or goals or objectives to achieve the sustainability. But one thing that is important to understand that it is a political process that as we move forward. So what is it we would like to do and through a marine spatial planning process that feeds into the governance process? It's increased resilience to climatic changes or other global impacts that could even be of economic nature. It is looking at the effective management of these particular marine ecosystems as well as ecosystem processes. It is for the effective management of these shared migratory species and a reduction of overexploitation, say through unsustainable fisheries in the common areas. It's also improve your understanding of regional ecosystem services and economic cost-benefit analysis. It also is to reduce habitat modification, improve water quality management, and therefore the interaction between sea space and land space. Mitigation and reduction of particular pressures, for example, pollution. Look at tools and mechanisms for identifying possible conflict and management of these conflicts. Improve knowledge management in terms of how do we then bring data together for monitoring and for decision-making and adaptive approaches. Also looking at the conservation of areas beyond national jurisdiction and improve maritime safety and security. Through our undertaking, we then looked a little bit more in depth at the different countries within the WIO region and the indicators of marine spatial planning readiness. We then ranked the economic status, environmental status, marine protection that they have, depletion of natural resources, governance, project involvement, and all MSP activities that are already taking place in these variety of countries. So whether they've talked about it, set up a committee, have particular legal instruments in place to support marine spatial planning development in each country. When you look at the different indicators, you will note that some of them are ranked as 0. In other words, it's a poor status at this time, and 5, which is a good status. This is based on information collected from available literature, as well as from the Marine Spatial Planning Technical Working Group and additional further stakeholder engagement. Currently, we are also beyond this process looking in 2 particular countries, Madagascar and Tanzania, to further explore the situational analysis, look at context, and build trust in readiness towards the development of marine spatial planning tools and implementation in these respective countries. So if we look then further a little bit more at some of the issues that have been highlighted by the technical working group in terms of governance, and others in terms of processes that need to be looked at, and through literature as well as through further stakeholder engagement through looking at talking with NGOs and other regional bodies. So in general, from a regional perspective, they've highlighted the inefficient governance system in place for a regional implementation of marine spatial planning, the lack of integration and the challenges that are associated with it, as Kieran has highlighted in his presentation this morning, limited access to data or data sharing or data agreements, lack of funds and inefficient spending associated with funds, limited technical and human capacity, lack of monitoring and evaluation, looking at user or stakeholder conflicts, in some cases outdated legal or regulatory frameworks in place, also looking at the growing population and pressures on the system, and also regional issues that may not prioritize at a national level. Some of the processes that was identified by the working group are the concerns around biodiversity loss and the, habitat destruction. Unsustainable fishing was highlighted on many occasions quite clearly. Pollution and sedimentation, which already was highlighted as well in previous conversations. The climate-driven changes, for many, it was also looking at maritime safety and security, and poor management of ship traffic. In order of what they are listed here is the order of importance as ranked by the technical working group and the other stakeholders. So the process that we have looked at going forward here in terms of establishing a governance mandate and through the parties to the Nairobi Convention in support, and also on the process to mainstream the regional marine spatial planning strategy. Firstly, we established stakeholder capacity. We assigned responsibilities for meaningful stakeholder engagement, which is important. We also feel that there needs to establish institutional capacity and assign and establish authority and implementation of the strategy. This is to avoid a non-uptake of the different processes or strategies that are put forward, and also ensure establishment of human resource capacity, procure leadership in the different countries and the region to work collaboratively towards each other. And here I see the MSI process as playing a possible leading role. We also need to establish and understand the financial capacity, technical capacity, as well as the regional capacity to develop these particular partnerships with existing platforms, and if we need additional platforms and fora. We then realized that taking an ecosystem-based approach, and marine spatial planning in particular, needs to be centrally run and managed through stakeholder participation, co-creation, that is then helped and fed and supported by scientific evidence. It needs to be stakeholder-led. So we need to look at how we can harmonize in each country the marine spatial planning process in support of the regional plan itself. We need to organize the regional marine spatial planning process through a pre-planning process itself, prepare, draft these particular marine spatial plans. We reviewed the plan based on extensive consultation, It needs to be approved and then publish it, implement the plan, monitor, evaluate, and learn, and adapt the plan accordingly. And if required, actually also look at the process of marine spatial planning and how this may have to be adapted. So we need to take this into account all the time as well. So how did we look, and what are the foundational principles that we put together in terms of developing the marine spatial plan collectively? We understand and look at the UN SDGs, UNEP's proposed new marine and coastal strategy, the UN Commission, Economic Commission for Africa's as well from 2016. We also looked at particularly the Malawi principles for the ecosystem-based approaches, and in particular what are important is taking an ecosystem-based approach. There needs to be inclusion of systems thinking, and I noticed this was also mentioned a few times in the previous presentation. There needs to be a multi-stakeholder based approach, and we also need to define what we mean by a multi-stakeholder based approach, in also understanding that there are hidden stakeholders that are not always visible when we undertake these particular processes. We need a sound evidence base for decision making. In other words, some of those facts and numbers that that also includes trust in these numbers and in this evidence base. There needs to be transparency and also a level of accountability that is key. Policy coherence and policy adaptation is also important through cooperation, and there needs to be looking at the shared benefits and prosperity for all. So we looked at it in terms of from a theory of change perspective, and we took on a systems theory of change, not a linear theory of change. At the central of it is we're looking at the marine ecosystem with a regional strategy as part of the regional planning, which needs to inform national planning, which informs again the regional planning. In other words, it is an adaptive process. We also need to understand that it's at a regional level that is enabling the environment, and we need to ensure that there's stakeholder capacity, institutional capacity, technical capacity, as well as human resource capacity to undertake what we would like to do. So just giving you how this would transpire and what would go on. If we look at the regional threatening processes that have already been identified by the team, for example, overfishing, marine security, oil and gas, seabed mining, or loss of biodiversity, which can only be addressed through regional measures, not at national or context levels alone. And then what we would like to see are changes that include the adoption and identification of these regional measures, guides, and policies that can be used to mitigate these regional threatening processes. I won't go through each of one of these in detail, but I'll take another one. For example, no effective regional governance, no guiding principles, no regional marine spatial planning process, and limited in-country marine spatial planning processes. What we want to see and what we want to change and ensure that there is impact is that there is a regional authority mandated to roll out regional marine spatial planning and advise on in-country marine spatial planning processes, as an example. So what we then came about is co-developing the vision, the goals, what are the objectives, what are the strategic priorities, and systemic perspectives or strategic priorities, as well as implementation. What is required to implement and operationalize this particular strategy? I will start at the moment with the vision as identified by the technical working group, as well as by other stakeholders that were involved. We want to have a Western Indian Ocean with inclusive and sustainable management of ocean and coastal ecosystem services for human well-being, which led to the goal that we would like to achieve is an inclusive and holistic marine spatial planning process that produces a regional marine spatial plan to support the sustainable management of ocean and coastal ecosystems for all in particular. Then to talk a little bit more about the objectives. what were highlighted by the technical working group and by the stakeholders is a roadmap is required that includes the principles and guidelines for ecosystem-based regional marine spatial planning. There needs to be policy alignment, and so we need to undertake that. It needs to include a systems approach. There also needs to be clear institutional arrangements. They also felt that an objective should have a framework for ecosystem-based management at a national marine spatial planning level. So a framework to support each country to achieve the regional plan. Also, there needs to be tools and objectives for dealing with multi-use conflict. And also there needs to be a roadmap or a way of integrating sustainable and inclusive blue economies in particular. They would like the marine spatial plan to also achieve managing threatening processes such as pollution, overfishing, and oil and gas. There needs to be a way of knowledge management through data and data management in particular, and sharing and scientific evidence that's required. There needs to be an establishment of a network of marine protected areas and how to identify this, and then also to go along with it, tools for implementation of this particular strategy and a regional marine spatial plan. Currently, within the two countries that I mentioned earlier, in Madagascar and Tanzania, we are looking collectively and collaboratively at what would it look like and what are these tools for implementation of a regional approach within country. So if we look a little bit deeper then at the strategic priorities as identified through the processes itself, there needs to be a stakeholder engagement process that brings to big industry and smaller interest groups together. Those hidden stakeholders that often are left out of these decision-making processes. We also need to look at harmonization of legal instruments for blue economy practices. I also would like to see harmonization of particular projects within the region on how they can effectively work together. There also needs to be the contextualization of the global blue economy narrative within the Western Indian Ocean. And one of the questions that was asked to Kieran is looking at how do we box, how do we speak about, and how do we tackle some of the African perspectives of what we need within a blue economy going forward. There also needs to be cross-sectoral governance. So even though it is decentralized, there still needs to be cross-sectoral governance. There needs to be improved capacities around mapping biophysical and environmental and human activities to be able to draw up the marine spatial plan. There needs to be multilateral stock management plans as well that are integrated within fisheries management. There needs to be improved management of different sectoral activities and also management and protection of areas beyond national jurisdiction. And in general, increased ocean protection overall through the network of marine protected areas. Lastly, then just to look a little bit at one of the actions or activities that need to happen in terms of implementation of the strategy and the development of a marine spatial plan. There needs to be that adaptation of the strategy itself and the adoption at different levels, not only at within a political level. There needs to be an agreed political will, government transparency and accountability put in place, and mechanisms to do this. There needs to be binding multilateral agreements. This is something that all participants in the development of the strategy really emphasized, that without binding multilateral agreements, voluntary guidelines are not always adhered to. There needs to be ecosystem-based approaches to support the sustainable goals for development and to achieve these. We need to have the supporting legal frameworks to support these multilateral agreements as well as regional approaches. There needs to be a collective identification of priorities. Where do we start first and how do we go through it? There needs to be nested plans, so co-development of area plans as well as country plans that can then be nested within the regional plan. Capacity development was one of the key things that was highlighted. And we cannot implement the strategy nor the plan, a regional plan, without capacity development to do so. There needs to be guidelines, frameworks, tools and guides to support the implementation, as well as the adoption of the marine spatial planning strategy and plans that are developed going forward. Then, very key, built in from the start, needs to be a monitoring, evaluation, and learning process, so that there can be adaptive and integrated ocean management processes going forward. What I'm going to talk about now just a little bit more is how we apply this.
Bernadette,
yes.
Our time is running out, so I'll ask.
All right, I'm nearly done.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jackie, I'm nearly done. So I'll go through this very quickly. I'm just going to look at this. The last bit is looking at high-level pools or loops. We looked at the coastal marine and human activities, and what are the balancing and reinforcing loops within the system of applying it to the marine spatial strategy. So I'm just going to show two here. Here we try to identify leverage points so that we would need to do in relation to the strategic priorities. So we need effective cross-sectoral governance. We need to harmonize the legal instruments. If we need ocean protection, there are then 3 leverage points that we need to adopt in particular. Then we looked at it in terms of the mechanisms to these leverage points. So with the green, we have, I say, identified harmonizing legal contributions. What we need to do then is development of supporting legal frameworks. And we then present these in the strategy itself on how these all fit in together within a systemic approach. We also identified possible funders, and I've taken heed of also what is talked about, what is the agenda behind the different funders, but these are as identified by the particular stakeholders. And then there are the final slide, which I will spend just a minute on, or less than a minute on, is strategic recommendations, is agreed to support and mainstream the strategy, agreed to harmonize in-country marine spatial development strategies, secure funding, develop these regional partnerships, ensure that MSP follows an ecosystem-based approach under the Malawi principles. And some of the technical recommendations we are making are promote an enabling policy environment, assist the establishment of in-country cross-sectoral forums, committees, working groups, develop in-country knowledge management systems, as well as communication and stakeholder engagement processes. And with that, I'm done. Sorry for going over time.
Thank you, Bernadette. We are very thankful for that very, very elaborate presentation on MSP. I'll urge participants to put your questions for Bernadette on the chat so that we can take them at the end of the session and move forward to invite Peter Taylor to give us his intervention on oil spill responses in the WIO as a component of ocean governance. So Peter, I can see your camera is on, so you can load your presentation.
Okay, thank you. We're ready to go?
Yeah, so remember, members, let's put our questions to Bernadette in the chat and any questions that come up for Peter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's very interesting for me to join you, and I welcome the opportunity. Listening to the previous presentations, mine is much more the operational end. It's a very practical problem of dealing with the risk of oil spills. In relation to ocean governance, I will very quickly go over a number of slides that cover where things are at and the framework that exists that's been developed over a question that will come up at the end about how the kind of ideas I've just heard discussed in the previous presentations apply to this ongoing issue of developing and improving oil spill preparedness in the region. I've been involved in this issue of oil spill preparedness and response for most of my working life. So it's close to my heart, as it were, and been in the last couple of years involved specifically in the Western Indian Ocean and East African region. And I think all of us are aware that oil spills can present big challenges if and when they happen. And of course, the priority of everybody involved as regulators or private sector is to prevent oil spills, and that's where the majority of focus should be. But it's wise to acknowledge that oil spills can happen, and being prepared for such events is necessary. Oil on water moves around, the winds and the tides, and the oil spreads out, and it can of course cross boundaries. It can move from one jurisdiction into another, but also a significant oil spill, even if it doesn't cross boundaries, can present a major challenge to a country, leading it to require assistance and ask neighbours, or even beyond the region, ask for assistance in helping deal with the problem, either with expertise to help or even equipment and resources which involve significant logistics, etc. It's also an issue that, if and when it happens, cuts across many aspects of government, which in itself brings interesting challenges where you have, depends how the government is organised, you can have environment, transport, civil protection, legal, you name it, particularly if oil ends up near a coastline, local authorities, local jurisdictions, there can be so many, what shall I say, fingers in the pie, and the coordination of that in an efficient way can itself present a major challenge. And not least amongst the involved parties is, to use a US phrase to a degree, the responsible party, more bluntly the polluter. They will have an obligation, an interest to be involved in responding to the incident, dealing with it, and compensating those who suffer damages. So it is quite it can become a very complex issue. Recognizing that the damages, as it says on the screen, can be significant, not just ecological, but socio-economic, to fisheries, tourism, etc. There really is a need to be prepared. And in terms of preparedness, I'll quickly go through this framework. Just echoing my initial comments, there is a framework established globally, well established over 50 years in the International Maritime Organization, through the UN specialized agency. A range of instruments have been developed, including the prevention field. MARPOL is a way to ensuring safe shipping, but we know that accidents still happen. We have to see the news to realize that. I'm going to focus on the preparedness and response. I put a screen grab of the convention there, the OPRC. It's what it says on the tin: Oil Pollution, Preparedness, Response and Cooperation Convention. That's the tool under which, if implemented by governments, you can establish a robust national framework, but also encourages multilateral or bilateral arrangements to be put in place so that neighbouring countries can help each other. There can be help established within a region to ensure that the right kind of assistance can be brought to bear in a major accident. There are also instruments relating to liability and compensation. And I put up in here 4 of the key IMO conventions. And just to illustrate to you, in this region, if you like to measure things by box ticking, a lot of the boxes are literally ticked on the screen in front of you. There is good ratification of these key conventions within the region. The one on preparedness, the Oil Pollution Preparedness, Response and Cooperation, OPRC, fundamental one for getting all the ducks lined up in terms of plans and procedures ready to respond. Very good ratification. 2 schemes that will compensate those who suffer economic damages if the spill emanates from an oil tanker. Again, good ratification. And then less so, but still reasonable ratification of the equivalent of paying for damages and compensation if the spill comes from a non-oil tanker, from a ship, but it's not an oil tanker, basically the fuel oil carried on ships. So in that context, we have a pretty good, framework in place. On paper, of course, the challenge is implementation. In that context, in putting things in the regional context, we have the emergency protocol to the Nairobi Convention. This, and like OPRC, covers cooperation between countries should there be an accident or pollution incident. It obligates the development of national contingency plans and procedures under those plans, which includes training, which includes reporting procedures, exercising programs. Really excellent framework, but it needs implementation. And just to say here, and I've mentioned the compensation from vessels, from ships, and I mentioned the IMO, which the IMO is essentially a global forum under the UN for establishing good governance for shipping. The OPRC convention, as an IMO convention, is actually quite unusual in that it also covers non-shipping risks, including the oil and gas industry, marine terminals, everything you see on the screen there. So it's all encompassing in relation to risks. In terms of compensation from non-vessel spills, tankers or non-tanker vessels, there is no international scheme for that. So there's no regional scheme. There's no established regional scheme for this region. So there is a national focus there on ensuring that the laws and regulations require that the polluter pays. Is the overriding principle, of course, but in terms of oil and gas developments, offshore units, offshore installations, there is no default system as there is with vessels, where you can go to an international scheme. And there's some logic behind that. Of course, one of the challenges with shipping is it moves around. Sorry. It moves around, and therefore an international scheme has a lot of value. Installations, offshore installations, are fixed, as are marine terminals, so it's much easier to put the finger on the collar of and ensure preparedness from those fixed installations. I've mentioned there's been a lot of work done in the past. I put up one example here because it's very important on the Marine Highway project, because that led to a lot of work. This is nearly 10 years ago now. The development of a draft regional plan under the umbrella of the emergency protocol is how it would be implemented. And so it's a plan of cooperation within the region, so-called regional contingency plan. It conforms to IMO guidance. It's excellent in that regard. And the main challenge here, and the message that I'm going to leave you with, is one of the framework is there, but the challenge is implementation. The plan's key features are there. It's all the right kind of things anyone who's involved in emergency response would recognise. Who does what, who's in charge, how do you cooperate? The key thing here is to mention that who's in charge is that sovereignty always remains fundamental. So the national framework and the national plan directs the operation and the response and the choice of response options. But the regional plan gives a mechanism to integrate the support from others or provide support to neighbours who are requesting it. Chance here to just make a very brief comment about science, because I've talked about a lot already today. There is a science to oil spill response, underpinning the correct response, appropriate responsive response options in terms of dealing with pollution. Oftentimes, and back to again a comment from the keynote speaker, where he talked about social media and the pressures that brings, and the example of COVID was used with misinformation. Boy, oh boy, is that reflected in oil spill response. When there are major incidents and there's a lot of stuff that people read about, some of it is misinformation, some of it's misunderstanding, some of it's lack of awareness, and it causes serious problems, because that can start to drive the political will that then can lead to inefficient and ineffective response. So real practical problems, because people need undergo the pressures that lead to skewed decision making. So it's a very important and difficult issue dealing with the social media and more traditional media pressures. So to just lead into conclusion now, there was a workshop which I was very much involved in last year in March, just before the pandemic hit, early March. That reviewed a lot of the good work that had been done in the region and led to a recommendation for actions. There's a workshop report freely available on the out there with the recommendations included. The IOC, the Ocean Commission, has already done some work, and I've been working with them to start the implementation of those recommendations through the EU MARSE project. And now there's moving into some forthcoming actions to take this further with the Sapphire project. And you can see on the screen there what these actions are. I won't go through them in detail, but essentially it's to take forward the recommendations from the regional workshop and move to fill the gaps that exist, so that if I go back to that very early screen with all those boxes ticked, that those ticks mean something, essentially, that there is a robust national capability, there is a connection between those national systems through a regional planning system, potentially with, and this will be probably very important, some kind of regional coordination, let's call it a mechanism. Some regions, I mean, you'll be probably well aware that many other regions, all the regional seas have faced and are facing these same issues with oil spill risks. And some have been established for decades in some cases with their regional centres. So there are models and options that this region can look at to establish something that is, let's call it, affordable, workable regional coordination and cooperation. So my final slide there, key point for me is about two things: implementation and engagement from the relevant authorities. And again, just to emphasize in terms of sharing from other regions, I picked on the one that's other side of the African continent in Western, Central and Southern Africa. There's been quite a long established initiative between IMO, the international oil and gas industry, and crucially the governments of the region to work together to implement exactly the same kinds of issues that I just touched upon. So it's not a blank piece of paper. There's good practice. There's experiences that can be shared from the regions. And the IMO is a key partner in that, and is a key partner identified explicitly under the emergency protocol of the Nairobi Convention to make that happen. So that's me. I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Peter, for highlighting an issue that we don't hear so much about until it happens, until we have the oil spills, then we get the attention. Probably not so much before that. So thank you again for that. We have a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes, which we can use to take any questions. So we can have hands up to Peter and Bernadette. Does the silence okay? Joshina, please.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Joshina.
Thank you for this presentation, Peter. I just wanted to know, based on the Mauritius case of the Waukesha oil spill, what were the lessons learned, or to what extent does this plan work, or what? Yeah, so just lessons between what happened on the ground and to what extent the plan was followed.
I wasn't directly involved in the spill, so it's difficult for me to make personal comments on that. I think in terms of your question, as far as I'm aware, there is a review of the lessons learned that is being undertaken in Mauritius. But anyone could see the difficulties. That it's obvious that they're always, you don't need to use a single case. It's always the case that there could be better coordination faster response. And of course, COVID was an issue in terms of the international support. And also in that case, it was a new oil. It was a low sulfur fuel oil, which there'd been some studies done on that and some understanding, but it was a learning curve for the international community on how that oil would behave, and it did behave in some interesting ways. So there was, as with all spills, they were learning as things went. But yeah, I think what we probably need to wait until there is the official outcomes of the report, because as I said, I wasn't directly involved. Of course, I've spoken to people who were, but I can't share that because it's not official. There have been, I think, 3 or 4 webinars, which I believe are still available under an organisation called ISCO, International Spill. I forget what the CO stands for, because I always use the acronym, but it's ISCO, ISCO. They have done 4 webinars, which I think have been recorded and posted, where people who were involved have shared their experiences of Waukesha. So if you were very interested, you could find through ISCO some of the people who were involved, including the shoreline cleanup contractor. So that there is some sharing of experiences there. But sorry, I can't be more detailed.
I attended those webinars. They were great. Thank you.
Okay, so you know about those.
Yes, it's just, I think there were a lot of actors involved. The point you made about national agent, it's all dependent on national agencies, because each country have a lot of affiliations. And I think in a time of disaster, how all of that is coordinated and the amount of time it takes sometimes becomes a limitation. But as you said, yeah, we have to wait for key lessons learned to see how these plans actually work out in practice and how we can make them more effective. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the question.
Thank you, Joshina. I can see Fulanda, Dr. Fulanda.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Yeah, mine is, given that oil spill is quite new for most of us, especially on the management. And in most of the developing countries, it would be focused on managing the costs of the mopping up, the costs of the cleanup and all that kind of thing. And then the fact that we are also moving most of our port infrastructure into more sensitive ecosystems, like we have the Lamu port in the new case. Now, when it comes to the oil spill, the management of the costs and the compensation to those who actually suffer the loss, I'm looking at the fishermen and most of the critical habitats which can be damaged by the oils. How have you gone into this in the case of South Africa? For example, apportioning what goes to compensation of the fish or other resource users, and also the cost of the mopping up, and yeah, that kind of scenario analysis to actually come up with a structured way of ensuring all those who are affected by the oil spills or such kind of disasters are actually compensated for. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. In terms of the spills from vessels, particularly from oil tankers, because there have been big oil tankers around the world over many decades, through an organization called the IOPC Fund, the International Oil Pollution Compensation Fund, which administers one of those IMO conventions on compensation. Those conventions are well established. They've been established for decades. So there is an established and there are precedents on how compensation is calculated, how it should be presented. And the IOPC Fund have a really excellent claims information pack and it's freely available on their website in English, French and Spanish, so English and French ideally for this region, where a lot of questions that people ask about how is compensation paid, how is it calculated, how should claims be presented. There's that claims information pack on the IOPC Fund website where those questions can be largely answered, I would say, because that framework does exist. There's a lot of experience and precedence in the implementation of the payment of compensation, what level of compensation is available in relation to the different types of vessel. So I would say from that one, that's the place to go for understanding the compensation framework. I would say actually in terms of financing, The more difficult question isn't paying for compensation when there is a spill. The problem with financing is paying for preparedness before there is a spill, because those compensation schemes are after the event that we hope never happens. But if it does happen, those are very good schemes to compensate victims, economic victims. However, and this wasn't your question, but for me, it's the big question, is how do you fund preparedness? The training, the exercising, the coordination, all those issues that always arise during events. It needs preparedness to ensure that you do have a reasonable and efficient response. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I can see more hands, but I would like us to actually take a break. Okay. And those with questions can post them. I believe they can be taken up during the panel discussion. And I believe there's still people thinking, Bernadette, through your presentation. And we will have some reflections and some queries for you as time progresses. So we take a break now. It's a good time to stretch, pick something to eat, drink. We convene on East African time on my program is at 1 o'clock. So we have half an hour and we meet thereafter. Those that wish can stay on. Let us continue talking. You may have questions, you may have ideas to share. This has been a very exciting session. We've learned a lot. And even as we are released, let us come back in good time so that we give the remaining speakers our attention. Thank you so much and see you in a bit. I'm told the sessions link will remain the same. So we all come back on the same link in case you sign out due to the internet usability. Thank you.
in.
Great, great, thank you. And your presentation is ready? So I can see members did not go very far, but we are reducing in number. I hope we continue to keep up the energy and keep up our participation so that we can benefit from this important discussion. So Akunga, we have about 2 minutes and then I will welcome you. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
You can put your first slide, put it on screen share mode. I'll be using my clock. I hope it's aligned to yours, Akunga. Mine is 12:58 right now.
Thank you, but are you able to see my screen?
Yes, yes, we can see it.
I would make sure that you don't need to use your clock.
You just start.
I hope, no, we are making a
You're breaking a bit.
Clock presentation. 1 o'clock is international lunch time. Are you hearing me correctly?
Yes, yes. Now we can
Thank
hear
you.
Yes. So it was 1 o'clock East African time, and members are free to convert that to their time zones. So I hope we are all present, and I hope you've all had a good lunch as we prepare to welcome our next speaker. I will remind us to mute our microphones so that we are not distracted by any noises. And to engage as much as possible, please put your comments, questions in the chat. We've had some good questions so far and recommendations posted in the chat, and I'm sure we will take them up a bit later. It is time now to welcome Dr. Akunga Momanyi. He will introduce himself. I can see he still has ABNJ. He has not changed the definition, but he'll be educating us about areas beyond national jurisdiction and considerations for us in an ocean governance dialogue, and focusing specifically on legal and institutional aspects. So welcome, Dr. Momanyi.
Thank you very much indeed. I hope you can hear me, Madam Jacqueline.
Yes, I can, and I believe we all
thank
can.
you, thank you. In the interest of time, I would proceed. My name is Akunga Momanyi from the Faculty of Law, University of Nairobi. I would like to make a brief presentation on the topic that Madam Chair has introduced. It's about considerations in AB&J consideration in WIO, Western Indian Ocean governance. My understanding is that this and other presentations before it are seeking to provide information and understanding for the evolving Western Indian Ocean ocean governance strategy that is in development. So I would briefly provide my perspective of understanding of AB&J, and then move on to the legal and institutional arrangements, a few challenges that we need to address from the point of view of A, B, and J, and also provide a few thoughts on how then we should proceed beyond there. So areas beyond national jurisdiction is now generally understood conceptually and practically. So it entails areas of the seas and oceans that are not subject to national jurisdiction, those that we call, we might call them areas within national jurisdiction. So I have introduced a new acronym, AWNJ, which represents areas within national jurisdiction, and which are those areas fundamentally that the WIO ocean governance framework is focused, because the WIO is an aggregation of national jurisdictions of the member countries as we understand them. So areas within national jurisdiction include territorial sea, contour zone, exclusive economic zone, and the continental shelf as defined by the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. And of course, areas beyond national jurisdiction, A, B, and J, includes the high seas, international seabed area, the continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles that is not claimed by coastal states as defined in the 1982 UNCLOS is an all important and is regarded as the constitution for the oceans, which defines maritime zones and spaces, but also recognizes that problems of ocean space are closely interrelated and need to be considered as a whole. This latter statement helps us put the whole discussion of ocean governance in context, considering that UNCLOS is really the primary legal instrument for oceans and seas. It's necessary that we have this upfront as we understand A, B, and J. So in figurative terms, key maritime zones, the ones that I've mentioned, that represent areas within national jurisdiction and also areas beyond national jurisdiction. You look at this, I believe it's familiar to many of us. The left-hand side represents areas of within national jurisdiction up to the mark where you see 200 miles. So there's a territorial sea. So we measure from the baseline. Then you have 12 nautical miles. That's the first portion, territorial sea. And then there's another 12 nautical miles to 24 nautical miles that is contour zone, but which is also an area that overlaps with the exclusive economic zone that runs 200 nautical miles. Then below that, the continental shelf, up to 200 nautical miles is the standard, so to speak, for continental shelf. Beyond 200 nautical miles is a matter of application to the Commission on the limits of the continental shelf. So we can claim up to 150 nautical miles beyond our 200, which then can give a country up to 350 nautical miles of the continental shelf. So that's those three: the territorial sea, the contour zone, the exclusive economic zone, and of course the continental shelf. That is 4. Those are the ones that constitute areas within national jurisdiction. And the areas beyond national jurisdiction is the water column beyond the national jurisdiction, which is the high seas. The high seas, anything beyond 200 nautical miles of the water column. The area, the international seabed area, the whole of the seafloor or deep seabed. And then as I said, the unclaimed extended the continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles. And below, you would see the sovereign, the various jurisdictions that attach to them. Jurisdiction, the territorial sea, the sovereign territory, the contiguous zone and the exclusive economic zone, and of course, the continental shelf, the sovereign rights, the water column, and also the continental shelf. And beyond there, we have sovereign rights to the continental shelf, and then no national rights in the seabed area. That's figurative description, I hope, is clear to all of us. And then figure 2, the global spread of areas beyond national jurisdiction. You look at the deep blue, you can see that a lot of ocean and sea is areas beyond national jurisdiction. The light blue represents the areas within national jurisdiction. And of course, the yellow is the continental mass. So nearly 2/3 of the world's ocean is beyond the national jurisdiction, where no single state has sovereignty. And this area reaches depths of over 10 kilometers and represents 95% of the Earth's surface to a total habitat by volume. In all, ABNJ make up to 40% of the surface of our Earth, and it comprises 64% of the surface of the oceans and nearly 95% of its volume. ABNJ are home to significant biodiversity, including unique species that have evolved to survive extreme heat, cold, salinity, pressures, and darkness, and of course, immense volumes of minerals and other non-living resources at the in the deep seabeds. My colleague dealing with biological aspects, Ekaterina, will elaborate on those. Then ABNJ and their resources, both the living and non-living, are also by law regarded as international property or common heritage of humankind, and are governed by international legal and institutional frameworks, the principle of which is the 1982 UNCLOS. So in terms of brief synopsis of legal and institutional frameworks, the 1982 UNCLOS and its institutions is what I'll profile briefly. This provides the anchoring framework for ocean governance. It defines both areas within national jurisdiction and areas beyond national jurisdiction. And the one that we are interested in right now is ABNJ. So under part 6, and particular reference to Article 77, the unclaimed continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles, and of course, the establishment of the Commission on the limits of the continental shelf. So in the claimed continental shelf, the coastal state has sovereign rights to resources, including minerals and other non-living resources of the seabed and subsoil, together with living organisms belonging to sedentary species, and they are defined in the convention. Arguably, even claimed beyond 200 nautical miles, those spaces and resources are part of ABNJ. I've said it. Under part 7, the high seas, which is the typical or flagship ABNJ. Many of us, especially in the context of the discussion that has been going on for some time on biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, we often take the high seas as the ABNJ. But as you can see, we have other spaces and zones that are regarded as seeks to include all parts of the sea that are not included in the exclusive economic zone, in the territorial sea, or in the internal waters of a state, or in the archipelagic waters of an archipelagic state. The key characteristic principle of the high seas from a governance perspective is the celebrated freedom of the seas, which is articulated in Article 87, and includes freedom of navigation, freedom of overflight, freedom to lay submarine cables and pipelines, freedom to construct artificial islands and other installations, freedom of fishing, and freedom of scientific research. In addition, under Article 88, high seas are to be used for peaceful purposes, while under Article 89, all sovereign claims in the high seas are invalid. So Article 95 provides for immunity of warships on the high seas. While there are no institutions directly established under Part 7 of the UNCLOS, several subject matter institutions are deemed as the competent international organizations. These include, for the protection of the marine environment, the United Nations Environment Programme, which is the global body, and for shipping and navigation, we have the International Maritime Organization. For marine scientific research, we have United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, UNESCO IOC, and the International Atomic Energy Agency is for nuclear and weapons testing at sea, and then Food and Agriculture Organization for Fisheries, among others. So all these institutions and their constituents are definitely relevant for both areas within national jurisdiction and areas beyond national jurisdiction governance and the interface between them. Under Part 11, which defines the area, which refers to international seabed area, and is defined to mean the seabed and ocean floor and subsoil thereof beyond the limits of national jurisdiction. In other words, the seabed and subsoil beyond the claimed continental shelf. So it's international seabed floor or the international seabed area. So under Article 136, the area and its resources are the common heritage of humankind, and there shall be no sovereignty claims over the area and its resources. All rights in the resources of the area are vested in mankind as a whole, on whose behalf the authority shall act. The international seabed area is established under Article 156, and its nature and fundamental principles and also its organs are provided for in Article 157. This is the key institutional framework for the governance of the area, but it's also clearly relevant for the discussion that we have on AWNJ and ABNJ governance interface, because as we'll see in the next slides, the boundaries between what is areas within and areas without are not always as clearly marked as on the terrestrial side. Under Part 11, rather Part 12, protection and preservation of the marine environment, Article 192 provides that states have the obligation to protect and preserve the marine environment, while Article 193 provides for the sovereign right of states to exploit their natural resources. Article 194 provides for various measures to prevent, reduce, and control pollution of the marine environment. So several articles, including Articles 197 to 205 and Article 211, refer to competent international institutions as having mandates in the protection and preservation of the marine environment, both in areas within and areas without national jurisdiction. So that's in addressing pollution from various sources, including land-based, sea-based, and atmospheric sources. Several global and regional organizations are contemplated, and this would include the ones that we have already named: UNEP, IMO, FAO, International Seabed Authority, UNESCO, IOC, and the International Atomic Energy Agency, and the regional bodies that exist in our region. At the subject matter of sectoral level, the following primary institutional frameworks, augmented by corresponding legal instruments, are relevant. Marine environment and biodiversity protection, UNEP as a key global agency, marine scientific research, UNESCO IOC, shipping and maritime transport, IMO, fisheries, FAO, nuclear power, military users, the Atomic Agency, and the Seabed Mining International Seabed Authority, and you can go on and on. So as I come close to the end, there are key governance issues and challenges facing ABNJ. I'll just sample session, pollution and degradation of the marine environment from various sources of exploitation of marine living resources, especially fisheries. We have what we call encroaching or creeping jurisdictions, among others. According to IUCN, less than 0.0001% of these immense areas have been explored, but there's evidence that ecosystems and species in ABNJ have become seriously degraded, largely because of anthropogenic activities. On the governance front, ABNJ spaces, zones, and boundaries are generally vast. As you can see from the maps that we have provided before, fluid, diffuse, remote, overlapping, and difficult to ascertain, thus making the interface with the areas within national jurisdiction rather problematic. In a sense, ABNJ truly have no owners, or they are free for all and suffer the tragedy of the commons. States often focus on areas within national jurisdiction and nearshore issues, and in a sense neglect ABNJ. Now, the plethora of legal and institutional frameworks established are quite comprehensive by subject matter. If you look at environmental or marine living resources or this and that, but they still leave significant governance gaps that require attention, both in the interest of ABNJ and the AWNJ. The latter, which are of primary interest in the WIO Ocean governance discourse. There are multiple subject matter and area-based jurisdictions that bestride the ABNJ, making its governance very complex and problematic. These include the protection of the marine environment, marine scientific research, shipping and maritime transport, fisheries, seabed mining, nuclear energy and military uses of the oceans, the limitation of the continental shelf, regulation of the seabed area, among others. So the various multiple interests, they are economic, political, military, scientific interests, and which often converge on the ABNJ. And the ABNJ is characterized by the classic freedom of the seas, which includes exploration and exploitation of the living and non-living resources. The growing interest of, and especially seagoing states and other actors, is fueling more demand for ocean resources, goods, and services. In particular, shipping and maritime transport, seabed mining, and marine scientific research and military and strategic interests, all of these are leaving greater human footprints at sea, putting ocean resources under strain, and including through overexploitation, pollution and degradation, and invariably fueling demand for better or more effective ocean governance frameworks. So lastly, how do we proceed? So the WIO Ocean governance strategy process should be guided accordingly by the existing legal and institutional frameworks. And I've highlighted some of them. In particular, the relevant provisions, especially the 1982 UNCLOS, which concern maritime zones, spaces, and boundaries, as well as the various subject matter or sectoral mandates of the various international organizations, especially those that are relevant to ABNJ, should be noted and applied. At the WIO regional level, all relevant legal and institutional frameworks should also be applied to full effect. The WIO Ocean governance strategy should aim at addressing some of the governance challenges identified above in an innovative and collaborative manner with other institutions. And finally, the process should be inclusive, innovative, collaborative, and co-creative. Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chair. I hope I've remained within the allocated time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kunga. I would urge participants, let us put our questions in the chat box so that we can keep our momentum. and try to finish on time. So let us keep on writing. Let's keep reflecting even when the speaker is not with us, so that we have a good and useful dialogue at the end of this session. So I'd like to move us on. Ekaterina will be presenting similar issues, but looking at AB&J through the biological lens. So I'd like to welcome Ekaterina Popova. Apologies, I may not have pronounced your name well, and I apologize for that, but welcome, or karibu as we say, where I come from.
Thank you very much. I cannot start sharing my screen until the previous speaker is sharing.
Okay, so I can see it's Katya in short. So Katya, welcome.
Yeah, it's Katya in short.
Okay, good, good. Maybe the IT team could help us with that. Just to, but we can see your screen. We can see your
you can see my
so
screen.
just
Great.
put it on presentation mode. Yeah. And do introduce yourself as you start. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, good morning, everyone, or actually maybe already afternoon for you. Thank you very much for inviting me. My name is Katya Popova. I'm from National Oceanography Center. I'm an ocean modeler and climate change scientist, and I'm also a director of the Large Solstice project, which have been working in the Western Indian Ocean for past almost 5 years. So the key questions I'm trying to address as my presentations are on the screen right now. So we call them So Far Yet So Close. Do the high seas matter to vulnerable coastal communities? And what are potential consequences of ocean connectivity for ocean management and governance? And the final question is of high relevance to this topic, is how to climate-proof our decisions. And thank you very much for our previous speaker, Akunga Mamanui, to introducing the legal and governance aspect of the areas beyond national jurisdictions. Occasionally, I will be calling them high seas in this presentation. It's not exactly the same, just a bit easier to pronounce. So why I'm here in front of you right now talking about areas beyond national jurisdiction? Well, given how much we were talking today about process of science into policy, it might be a story which is interesting to tell. So our project was approached by few negotiators from member states negotiating UNCLOS BB&J treaty with a request to, if it's possible, to organize an expert review of connectivity between high seas and the coastal zone to demonstrate, if possible, importance of the high seas for the coastal zone, especially for the least developed countries, with a view to increase participation of least developed countries in negotiating of the treaty. And we were approached in January 2019 and convened such a workshop at Seychelles in April 2019 with, I would like to acknowledge the key contributors of this workshop, David Wasden, Warwick Sewer, and Essam Mohammed. So we convened this workshop and review the evidence which I would present here in front of you today, and published our results very quickly in Marine Policy with a paper which is currently on the screen on ecological connectivity between the areas beyond national jurisdictions and on coastal waters. And we discussed implication of this in March on the second session in New York, second session of UNCLOS negotiations. So let's talk about connectivity and importance of the high seas for coastal communities. And when we look at the high seas from coastal communities' perspective, they sometimes look inconsequential and so far away from the issues of everyday life. However, nothing can be further from the truth here. And the phenomenon that makes the high seas close and important and relevant is called ecological connectivity. Ecological connectivity is a complex phenomena linking various components of marine ecosystem in time and space. And it roughly consists of two parts: of active or migratory connectivity, which we can easily understand and relate to. This connectivity is achieved by moving species. And the other part of connectivity, which is a bit more difficult to understand and evidence, is a passive or circulation connectivity. So many marine species have spent part of their life cycle as passive or nearly passive particles. And in this case, ocean circulation, ocean currents play the key role in connecting and moving them around, connecting places and ecosystems. So if we look at migratory connectivity first, what you see on the screen right now is a map showing distribution of marine species. That's a synthesis map put together by scientists from Rhodes University, led by Warwick Sewer, and show extension of the habitats by species like tuna and albacore, also seabirds. And establishing these areas is a cutting-edge developing science. So when you see wide spaces, it's not because migratory species are not present, but because we haven't done sufficient measurements yet to establish them. But even then, you can see how much of migratory species, how much they're spanning coastal zones and the high seas. And obviously, your eye probably drawn to the Western Indian Ocean, where there is a really high density of such spanning habitats. So the key to understanding of the ocean connectivity lies in coastal upwelling system. They key to migratory patterns of the fish. And Western Indian Ocean has a huge number of this upwelling system, which is shown, the key of them are shown, not all, just key of them are shown on the left. So I will start from top down. So Somalia is the world's largest seasonal upwelling system. Then we go into Kenya with the North Kenyan bank upwelling, which is incredibly tricky one because it doesn't stay put, it moves around. And sometimes what this upwelling does, it moves into Tanzania, pulling with itself migratory species. So when it migrates to Tanzania, they have huge catches, highest in history, while Kenya has reduced catch. So then we have south of Madagascar, we have very interesting upwelling on the Gulas Bank, and our project was working for past few years looking at all this upwelling system. And on the right, there is our summary of policy relevant information for Kenya, North Kenyan bank upwelling and its importance for the fish species, for migratory fish species of the Western Indian Ocean. And one of the conclusions or call for actions in this document is a creation of a working group in the Indian Ocean on upwelling system as a key to understanding of the connectivity of the region. So now will move to circulation connectivity. It's a part which is mediated by the ocean currents. And as ocean modelers, we're getting better and better at being able to reproduce details of ocean currents historical, current, and future projections with immense amount of details. And what you see on the screen is actually a movie, but I wouldn't risk showing it on the internet, but there is a link to YouTube video if you would like to watch it later. So what you see are surface ocean currents with the white colors showing very fast currents and blue relatively quiet zone. But knowing these ocean currents doesn't really give you any metrics which would measure how two separate places are connected to each other, and importantly, on what time scale. So to understand this, we need to make another step in ocean modeling approach, which called Lagrangian methods. If you want to understand how they work, you need to imagine that you are dropping into the ocean virtual yellow rubber ducks. So imagine you have lots of them, you have thousands and millions of them, and you keep dropping and watching where they're going, or you have GPS attached to them and you have a track of them, and then your ocean currents will look in a different way. They will look like what you see on the screen. It's a set of like little worms, little trajectories you can follow. And now you're beginning to get information which will tell you how places are connected. And that's what we've done to close the gap in our understanding of ocean connectivity, to work towards advice on the connection between areas of beyond national jurisdiction and the coastal zone. So we were throwing those millions of those ducks, rubber ducks in the high seas, virtual rubber ducks, and catching them at the coastline of developing countries. So what you see is our results for Somalia. We've done all these developed countries around the globe. So, and originally we wasn't focusing on Western Indian Ocean at all. It's just its importance came during the progress of this study. So if we look at Somalia, I will try to talk you through this plot. This is what we call advective footprint, or our kind of slang name for it is a spaghetti plot, very colorful one. So imagine that you are on the shore of Somalia and you are catching those yellow rubber ducks, which were thrown all over the place. And what you see, how long it took those yellow ducks to come from distant places. And on the colors are connectivity time in months. So what you see that actually your high seas in Somalia are not very fast. So you can arrive in a couple of weeks from just outside of your coastal zone. Or if, for example, you're going from Sri Lanka, it will take you about 3.5 months to arrive to the coast of Somalia. So why is there so many trajectories? Well, because it's not enough to drop yellow ducks just in one season. You need to take into account seasonal variability with monsoonal variability, making things very messy. And you need to take into account interannual variability as well. So that is a generic picture. If you want just one place and one time, then you will end up with a single trajectory, of course. But that's your footprint. That's how Somalia is connected to the high seas from upstream. So it's more precisely how high seas impact Somalia, not the other way around, although you can do other way around as well. Similar plot for Tanzania, for example, it's the second most connected country in the world for the high seas. In comparison, for Pacific, the most connected country there is Kiribati, and in North Atlantic is Liberia. So when I'm saying it's the most connected country in the world, what do I mean? Just in comparison, what the large connectivity footprint looks like in comparison to the small one. Well, the small one is Senegal on the other side of Africa versus the large footprint of Somalia. So you see the difference. You see how important high seas connectivity is for the Western Indian Ocean in comparison to other places. So, but there are obviously pros and cons of a strong ecological and circulation connectivity. So what you see on the left is a very highly detailed, high resolution connectivity of Somalia again. And on the right, it's superimposed with marine protected areas and also with proposed mining locations. So when you have a high connectivity to the high seas, you obviously expose yourself. You're highly vulnerable to any extraction activities which are going there. And as we know, marine minings can impact not only deep sea ecosystems, they impact ecosystem above them. So you expose yourself to these extraction activities, potentially to oil spills, but at the same time, you have very strong ecological connectivity to other marine protected areas, which should, at least in theory, seriously have a seriously positive impact on your biodiversity. So putting these ideas in the context of other talks which were given today, so talk by, sorry, don't remember who was given this talk, on ABNJ in the Western Indian Ocean, possibly as a proposed to open a dialogue to a designated part of the Western Indian Ocean as a ABNJ MPA. So this connectivity footprint ideas can give information for this. So on this map, you see how many countries each pixel of the high seas is impacting. And you see that in the central Indian Ocean, there are areas which are impacting 7-8 countries simultaneously with the activities. So this would be an ideal places to create marine protected areas if that is a criteria to establish it, how important it is to the coastal zones. So another important application is for the oil spills, of course, or any form of pollution, because a footprint gives you an idea what sort of time scale you're exposed to. It gives you instant ideas. So if a spill happens somewhere, you can deduce at what time scale it can reach you, unless degradation or weathering of oil happened before then. So this slide shows summary of these footprints for the Western Indian Ocean for the countries. So you see they're all quite substantial. So key messages from this part of my talk is that areas beyond national jurisdictions have very tight ecological connectivity to coastal waters. However, the level of country connectivity and the exposure to direct effect of this activity significantly varies between countries and regions. And some coastal area states may be more impacted by human activities in ABNJ. And some areas of ABNJ are more prominent in their influence on the coastal waters. So coastal states of Western Indian Ocean are the world's most ABNJ connected, least developed countries. And current debate, which is still going on criteria to identify marine managed and marine protected areas in ABNJ, often focus on the ecological and biological significance of this particular area in question. But what we're trying to argue is that the criteria for establishing MPAs in ABNJ or any other management tool must include potential socioeconomic benefits for vulnerable communities downstream of those areas. And those downstream areas can be established with quite a substantial precision. And for some reason, it's stuck. Okay. So now I wanted just to mention resources which were available now for this sort of material. First of all, it's the paper in marine policy summarizing all scientific evidence for the case for connectivity. And second, I wanted to draw your attention to two very detailed policy briefing papers. One created by the same group, by our group for connectivity between ABNJ and territorial waters, and another very interesting policy brief, global by its scope, more focused on the Pacific, but also bringing all these ideas together, called Adjacency, how legal precedent, ecological connectivity, and traditional knowledge inform our understanding of proximity. So led by Duke University. Also on our Solstice website, there are little policy briefs discussing connectivity footprint of each of the Western Indian Ocean countries, arguing and showing that vigorous and seasonally reversing circulation of the Western Indian Ocean make East African coastal countries highly vulnerable to negative impact of the fishing and extraction activities in ABNJ, and that in ABNJ treaty, the text must include provisions to ensure that all future management regimes are informed by their potential impacts on territorial waters, and particularly in the least developed countries. So these results were discussed at second session of UNCLOS negotiations in 2019 in New York. We had a huge attention from negotiators from the member states. As you know, the final session is postponed, so there is still a window of opportunity to ensure that downstream impacts are included into the text of the treaty. So the next, as I mentioned, that the fourth session is postponed, so date is not known yet. So, but one of the very interesting questions which came from the discussion in New York was how to climate proof our MPA decisions in the high seas, and generally how all this connectivity is being impacted by the climate change. That is a very tricky question. On the right-hand part of my screen, there is a logo of Species on the Move. That is a scientific network and biennial conference which discuss scientific, ecological, legal implications of species moving as a result of climate change. But not only living species are on the move, ocean currents are moving too, so passive connectivity changes with climate change as well. So connectivity footprints, which I was showing to you, are changing with the change in climate. And networks of MPAs may strengthen or weaken as a result of changes in the connectivity. So I wanted to show you one striking example what climate change impact on passive connectivity can mean. This example is outside of the Western Indian Ocean. This is Australia. So what you see on the left is ocean currents and the connectivity on the time scale of 12 months. So you see that Eastern Australia is seeding Northern New Zealand in a current climate. But to the right, you see what's happened in the final decade of the current century. You see the breakdown of connectivity at this time scale. Well, one of the key implications is for the rock lobster. So rock lobster pelagic larval duration is 12 to 18 months. And that is a time scale at which right now these two countries are connected and their rock lobster populations are genetically similar. So we're expecting a breakdown of this connectivity, and potentially with very serious consequences to these populations, with disconnect of the cedar population. And another example I wanted to show you closer to home, it's Madagascar. So currently, West Madagascar is connected to East Africa at time scale of about 3 months. So what we see towards the middle of the century, don't need to wait till the end, even at the middle, we already see in a couple of decades what's going to happen is that this connectivity is going to weaken. But what's interesting, Northern Madagascar is going to become connected to East Africa, to Kenya and Tanzania mainland. That's a connection which didn't exist before, and consequences to ecosystem can be quite substantial. Difficult to appreciate these consequences because we are not sure what's going to happen to the mainland ecosystem of Kenya and Tanzania as a result of climate change, but the warning signal is there. So how to climate-proof our MPA decision? So MPAs are established with a conservation of specific species in mind. They may become redundant. An adaptive measurement of the MPAs, including flexible boundaries, must be considered. So how often do we need to review those boundaries? We're trying to put forward the case that it's a decadal scale reviews which are needed under the current pace of climate change and changes it's bringing. And my final message here is Western Ocean connectivity is very strong. So regional cooperation here is absolutely essential. So thank you very much. I will stop sharing.
Thank you very much, Katya, for very, very elaborate presentations. We have learned a great deal from that intervention, and I believe members also have. So we have a little bit of time. I thank you also for keeping good time. We can take questions, some thoughts. I can see Dr. Fulanda, you have your hand up. Let me just scan and see other questions and interventions. So Dr. Fulanda, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Katya, for the presentation, quite informative. Now, I'm just looking at the ending debate on the EEZ, the boundaries within the ocean. And initially, when you look at the EEZ and the extension maybe to 350, this was based on the connectivity between the continental and ocean plates. But now we are getting a new understanding where we are talking about connectivity in terms of the, let's say, the surface currents and the ecosystems themselves. What debate are we likely now to get into in terms of which country would actually demand the management of the areas beyond the national jurisdiction in relation to the influence on the coastal resources, especially the small-scale fisheries, vis-a-vis the initial cast guidelines, which are on UNCLOS 1982 as per the continental and the oceanic plates.
Katya, you can go ahead and answer that.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much for this question. Yeah, this debate became incredibly complex now with this knowledge. So which countries, yes, there are some countries which are much more impacted, and we know those, but since it's heritage of the humankind, shouldn't we all be involved into this conversation about connectivity and importance? So I'm not sure if I'm just rambling and not answering your question. So if I can answer more specifically, I would be happy to.
Fulanda, are you satisfied about inclusion, or would you want to rephrase the question?
Yeah, I'm just looking at it in terms of the level of stakeholder involvement, given the influence on the cost. which country would actually claim to be a bigger stakeholder in, let's say, that area beyond national jurisdiction, given the influence the area has on the coastal resources? Because actually the debate would be wanting to manage the ABJ in relation to how it actually influences our within country resources.
Sure. For this, yeah, I understand the complexity of the question. I'm not a politician, I'm a scientist. So as a scientist, I would say the country with the biggest footprint should become the biggest stakeholder in this. But that is the answer of a scientist. And that also depends which activities, because there are extraction activities. There are which have negative impact, but there are also activities which are bringing positive impacts. We can argue that establishment of a high sea MPA will bring positive impact for the same countries, So here again, that would be a bigger stakeholder in a positive sense. So, but yes, as a scientist, my answer, the biggest footprint, you're the biggest stakeholder.
Thank you, Katia, for that. Any other questions? We can also take questions for earlier sessions that we had before lunch. And I just want to pick one. Peter, are you still there? I've seen you post something. We had a question earlier from Kieran, just before we went for lunch. And he asked you to talk briefly about regional requirements for double hulls and denial of ports of refuge. So we are moving from ABNJ to a bit of oil spill. If Peter is there, yeah.
I'm here, sorry, although I remained connected, I had to step away for another meeting. So, so apologies, it appeared I was there, but I had to step out, but I'm now back in the room.
Yeah.
Would you like me to address that?
Yes, just address that, because that was left hanging. As people think through ABNJ, I think you may think they're a bit complicated, but let's see. Peter, just answer that.
So the question was about first question was about double hold, yes?
Yes, and denial of refuge.
Double hold is one of the double hold question is an issue of prevention. It's designing, in this case, vessels, tankers, so that they have that extra skin, as it were. So if the outer skin is pierced, it doesn't pierce the cargo or fuel tanks, and is therefore a prevention measure. That's all part of MARPOL. I'm not a MARPOL expert, I'm not a prevention expert, but my understanding is that under IMO that double hulls have been phased in. There's been for a number of years a phasing in of such vessels for new builds. I'm not sure about the timeline of phasing out of single-skinned vessels, but there will be some kind of, all I can do, it's not being my specialism, is suggest that IMO would have, probably on the IMO website, there's full details on the schedule of phasing out of single-skinned tankers, if they're not already phased out. I think all of them are, certainly, but none are being built as far as I'm aware. So it's not my expertise, but certainly it's an issue that has been addressed through the international community and the IMO. In relation to ports of refuge, again, IMO has very well-developed guidance on encouraging states to establish ports of refuge. It's been a very controversial issue in the past. I can use one example that comes to mind, quite famous incident, the Erika, which was off the coast of France some years ago now, 20 years, 1999, so more than 20 years ago. But that did lead to substantive change in the international community considering that issue of ports of refuge, because that was an example, and there have been others where ships that are at risk of breaking up or are actually spilling oil, coastal states say, go away, we don't want you near us. And that can just lead to bigger problems. So it's a very live issue, but there is for sure there's live discussion and recently revised guidance through IMO, as there is and I know the European Union has fairly recently issued guidance to European states on trying to encourage at the national level for administrations to be ready and pre-identify, and many states don't make this public, but they will do that, where they have the ability to provide shelter to vessels that are either suffering damage or may suffer damage, for example, in bad weather, to take those vessels in as a lesser evil, as it were, in terms of pollution risk, than if they were just left to wander around spilling their oil, in this case, in the open sea.
Thank you for that. I think for A, B, and J, we seem to be silent, but we have a commendation from Dr. Nina Wambiji of Kemfree saying that I think, Katia, the work you've presented just inspires us to do more modeling and to have more oceanographers from the region looking into these issues and modeling our results. So I think that calls really for that kind of training and that kind of capacity building. Anyone else who would like to make a comment before we close the session?
Yes.
Yes, Dr.
Yes. Just give your name. Okay, Yvonne, yes.
Yeah, it's Yvonne. Sorry, I can't seem to trace the raise the hand button
Okay.
on my computer. Yeah, so thank you very much, Katia, for your presentation. And definitely this shows a very clear linkage between what we do on the coast and the high seas. So my question is in relation to governance. Number one, on the one front, there's the global negotiations ongoing on the BBNJ treaty, the implementation agreement. So have you made any specific recommendations to that process, and what are they? Because I know there are several package elements to that. For example, there's a one on area-based management tools and MPAs. So that's the first one. And then the second one is on what actions you'd recommend to the WIO countries in terms of governance. What can they do together to address the connectivity? I ask this given that the region is developing an ocean governance strategy, and one of the components that they would look into or incorporate in the strategy is on ABNJ, for example. So what can you recommend? Thank you very much.
Okay, so first part to your question, we were mostly feeding into the area-based management tools, suggesting that downstream impacts need to be considered, needs to be one of the criteria, especially downstream impacts on the coastal zone and especially on the least developed countries. So that's first part of your question. And second part of the question, what is the recommendation? So I think it is actually very simple. I think we need to make sure, and especially coming from the Western Indian Ocean, that those words downstream connectivity are hardwired into the text of the treaty. And then any area-based management tools must consider this downstream connectivity as part of the assessment, part of the criteria for establishment. I think that would be the single strongest action, and obviously much more participation in a negotiation process itself, with pushing for this inclusion of downstream connectivity wording. Connectivity is already there in the text of the treaty. Text of the treaty is online. You can make a search on connectivity. It just needs to be, from my point of view, needs to be strengthened. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I saw Akunga, maybe you could have the last word, having been in this session, and then we'll close it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just reinforce a little bit what Katia said, on the ABNJ, the issue that Dr. Fernanda asked,
you're breaking up.
I think legally we say that jurisdiction is jurisdiction. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, thanks. I just like to reinforce what Dr. Popovas just said in relation to what Dr. Fernanda asked, jurisdiction. You know, the high seas jurisdiction is collective, is an international democratic space, so to speak. And so any discussions around what you can do as a region on the areas beyond national jurisdiction immediately must be addressed within the context of jurisdiction. The others, everyone else globally would be interested in what we like to do for the simple reason that high seas or the international seabed area and so on, the ones that we have defined as ABNJs are free for everyone. Freedom of navigation, of fishing, of scientific research, and so on. And so that will complicate any regional or sub-regional initiatives. But because we are also part of that international community, I suggest that we need to be proactive and to be collaborative with others, including the international bodies that are responsible, so that we do what we can as the WIO region. So for me, I was just saying jurisdiction, because then the UNCLOS defines those jurisdictions across the various zones. And then secondly, if I'm responding a little bit to Peter Taylor's oil response presentation, I heard you, Peter, on the frameworks, the legal frameworks that exist, and our commitment as regional countries to those instruments. I would say that, yes, if you look at the table that you presented on the commitments by countries, I would say that it's not merely ticking the boxes. For me, I would say that those are expressions of political commitment for the regional countries to address oil spill response. And from the beginning, from that point of view, it means that countries as individuals and as a region do have national oil spill response mechanisms, and they also have regional oil spill response mechanisms. And because they are contingent on oil spills incidents, you test them when you have a problem. So I would think that as far as the WIO region is concerned, we have achieved significantly in making commitments on how to respond to oil spills. And what perhaps should happen is more capacitation on the implementation as and when oil spills occur. But I would commend the countries for the commitments they have made, the legal instruments. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Akunga. You're taking us into the next session where we put it all together, and I can see that you're really anxious we pull it together. And so for this session, we are moving into a panel discussion. This will be facilitated by Tim Andrew, and I believe the panelists are all on board. So I hand over to Tim of the Nairobi Convention.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Can you see me? Let me just get my screen.
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Great. Well, that was an amazing set of talks, in my humble opinion. I learned a lot myself, and yeah, I think very rich discussions afterwards as well. So the participants in the conference have also really contributed, I think, so far. We have put a short session aside at the end of the afternoon, just so that we can bring the 6 presenters that we've had this morning, 6 or 7 that we've had this morning. And what I've tried to do is, through listening to their presentations and then also trying to contextualize it with some of the burning questions in the region at the moment around ocean governance, I've tried to put together some questions, or one question for each of the panelists. So hopefully we can get some really interesting answers from these questions. I have, in the last half an hour, shared the questions with the panelists, so they've had a very brief moment to think about them. So I think if we can do that, there might be some time at the end then to open it up to any last minute comments from the floor. But I think while we have these really top class presenters in the room with us, we should focus on tapping into their knowledge. So I'm going to start off with Kieran, because he was the first talk this morning. And the question I'm asking him is related to the work that has already been done towards an ocean governance strategy. I did mention that previously in 2019, a comprehensive background study was done on current status of ocean governance. And out of that, there came some recommendations that Kieran himself was involved in developing on how to go forward with the ocean governance strategy. And in those recommendations, Kieran, you suggested 4 different clusters that could be included in discussion. They were maritime security, environment and natural resources, blue economy, and then finally knowledge and capacity development. So 4 different clusters. My question to you is, how do you see the institutional arrangements working around those clusters? Do you foresee that there would be particular leaders within each cluster? And then the other question is how to bring all of these elements together under sort of one umbrella. Maybe you could address that, Kieran.
Yes, thank you, Tim. It's been quite a while since I prepared that particular presentation, and it wasn't really recommendations. These were simply alternatives that you could consider, and I think there were almost 8 different alternative regional institutional arrangements that you could consider. And one of them was developed a little bit more, and that was the one which was based on the arrangements of the contact group on piracy. And this is a very open-ended type of institutional arrangement where the different players contribute what they can. There's no direction, if you like. There's no apex instructions coming from any particular party. It's simply a coordinating mechanism rather than a directing mechanism. And the idea advanced was with these 4 different clusters was that dealing with the whole multitude of different issues and players would be quite complicated. So you might want to cluster them into more manageable groups, and they were the 4 that you mentioned. In the case of the Environment and Natural Resources cluster, I had thought that the Nairobi Convention would be a useful leader. And when I say leader, again, it's a coordinating function rather than a directing function. Maritime security would certainly stay with the contact group on piracy, and the knowledge and capacity building cluster could be led by WIOMSA, insofar as they're already heavily engaged in coordinating much of the knowledge and science in the region. The blue economy cluster, I didn't see a very clear leader for that, but I thought that perhaps the Indian Ocean Commission had a strong role in so far that it bridges both science and economic issues, and could be a possible leader. Again, the different institutions would have to pick this up and if you like, claim leadership or be selected as leaders through some kind of a process. And I didn't get much farther than making these suggestions. So I think it's over to the current initiative and the people who are discussing the various alternatives for institutional collaboration as to how you can move some of these forward and if they have any value. And the fact that the situation is constantly changing, so the oceanscape or landscape, or institutional oceanscape maybe is changing rapidly. For example, the presentation given by Katya is quite instructive insofar as it opens up quite a number of other dimensions that have to be considered. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Kieran. Some food for thought to take away from the workshop, I think. Sort of much higher level thoughts rather than the detailed science that we've been hearing on during the 3 days. But yeah, thank you very much. I think that we have to, all of these issues deserve a lot of discussion, but we don't have time. So I'm going to go on to Yvonne and Dominic. I think Dominic has had to leave, but Yvonne is still here. And it's a question around the Multi-Stakeholder Initiative that you presented to us. My question is, how do you envisage the Multi-Stakeholder Initiative drawing in stakeholders to be, or diverse stakeholders to be part of the dialogues around this ocean governance strategy development process? How do you sort of envisage over the next year the MSI can support that process?
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tim, for that question. So if you recall from my presentation, I presented the future outlook of the MSI. So that's 2 years from now. That's really what we want in the end. However, in the interim between now and the next year, as we build the MSI, there's great opportunity to do that. For one, let me first say that by its very nature, it's multi-stakeholder. So we're going to have different types of stakeholders in there. And I think one of the key points here for the ocean governance strategy is the private sector. Once we bring that on board, because they are perhaps the biggest players on the blue economy, there's great opportunity for the private sector to contribute to that process. So the focus on the blue economy means that you bring together different sectors together, fisheries, shipping, oil and gas, and these are relevant for ocean governance. So I think the greatest link or the easiest link to this process is through the private sector engagement that we'll carry out with the MSI. And I think the team, as we have discussed, I think in a different platform, there's a opportunity to also bring in together the information management players into ocean governance strategy. And all of these can be incorporated in the MSI and together also provide their input to the core group of actors and to the overall process of developing the strategy. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Yvonne. I think there's great opportunity there as the MSI grows. Yeah, to really support several processes, and it's not only towards better ocean governance in the region, Knowledge management is a component to support ocean governance, but also access to information and flow of information. So, bringing stakeholders into the MSI that can contribute in that way is really important. And the private sector, of course, blue economy, aspirations of the countries can't really be furthered without their involvement. So thanks for that, Yvonne. My next question is to Bernie. I hope you're still there, Bernie, on the MSP strategy. The question I've put together is, given your involvement in the regional strategy development process, and then also you've recently engaged with Madagascar and Tanzania, how do you see the process of implementation of the regional strategy, or using what's in that regional strategy at a national level as countries go forward with their own MSP processes? Over here, over to you.
Yes, I am still here, and I hope everyone can hear me. I do have rain in the background, so it might interfere. So thanks for the question. And I think what's really important here is to consider that I think there's two responses. One is the process response, the process of the development of the strategy and the inclusion of different countries in the development of that particular strategy. So in other words, there's trust in the strategy and there is uptake of the strategy already. So to give you an example, when we started engaging in Madagascar, one of the first steps is building trust, and they had uptake of the strategy initially from their perspective. We did not force the strategy on them. And the reason for that being is their involvement in the technical working group. So I think the process of the technical working group and the cohort of politically legitimized individuals in each country is important to consider in connecting between the governance strategy, the strategies for tools to govern, as well as the in-country processes, and it's used as a foundation. And then I think the second and maybe the most important is the trust building at the country level. So one of the mechanisms were co-creating the situational analysis. So it was created for the MSP strategy, but we went deeper at the country level, building on what was developed for the MSP strategy. And there we had members, stakeholders, ministries contributing additional resources of information and wanting to show their information reflected into the strategy and the situational assessment a little bit more clearer. So I think because of the process, there will be uptake of the MSP strategy at a country level, and it has been developed in such a way that each country can see themselves in the strategy and how the nested approach of their MSP fits into the regional strategy going forward. But this, I have a little bit of a thinking what is important from here, Tim, if I may just quickly add, is that this kind of process here showed that there's quite a lot of interventions and processes taking place at the moment under a coordination of the Nairobi Convention. And I think, we've learned a lot here as maybe leaders or contributors to some of these strategies or processes that we're developing. There needs to be some, particularly with the stakeholder process, because what we are finding is we might approach someone and say, we're going to talk about MSP, but they'll say, we're busy with this MSI, or we're busy with this, or we're busy with that at the moment. So I think that there just appears, or at least is, more of a structure view for the different countries to see how these are actually interconnected and how each of these processes are equally important to get to that overarching governance strategy that we want to achieve. And I think that's something that needs to be done, possibly within countries as well.
Great, thanks, Bernie. That's really important. And I think that, this morning I mentioned this whole process of involving the this core strategy development group with different disciplines as we go forward. And I think that's part of trying to achieve what you're saying, and bringing in bringing some sort of coordination under one process. And the process that we're talking about is this improved ocean governance. So MSP and MSI and all of these things we've talked about, ocean oil and oil spill pollution, oil spill contingency, they're all relevant to that. And we hope to bring those different interest groups together through this process as we go forward. So really good comment there. Thanks. Let's go on to Peter. I think you are next on your oil spill contingency planning presentation. My question to you is there's been quite a few different initiatives for the last 20 years in the Western Indian Ocean trying to get this sort of regional cooperation and collaboration going in terms of oil spill preparedness and response. What do you think is the main impediment to better regional collaboration? Really forward thinking now as to what might be the biggest challenges or hurdles we need to cross to improve that collaboration. Over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Tim. My final slide for my presentation, I'm going to repeat actually what was at the top of that slide, which is all about engagement from the relevant national authorities. Everything for me stems from that. And just to thank Dr. Momanyi for his comments that led into this session, final wrap-up session. And I fully agree that, I mean, maybe I should be careful in the use of box ticking, using that phrase, because it carries certain connotations. I didn't mean it in any derogatory way for the countries, but the fact I had a lot of boxes on the screen and they had ticks in them, so I couldn't resist it. But it's absolutely correct that the commitment is there. The framework is there for oil spill preparedness through an international level. That is mirrored into the regional level through the convention and the emergency protocol. And it's fantastic that most of the countries have signed most of those instruments, including the key one for this preparedness. And speaking to your question about why have things not further progressed in the implementation, but the first stage, the first hurdle of at least getting the political commitment is done. But why is it not on the ground achieved a more robust level of preparedness when the instruments and the obligations that those instruments bring are in place? And the answer is, I think, about that need for engagement for the implementation process. And I would say it's not an opinion, because I've looked at the reports from the previous projects, and they explicitly identify that as a key issue. That the engagement has not always been as full as it could have been to achieve better implementation of those projects. That's explicit in some of the public reports. The way looking forward, the way is to try and make sure that all, and it is complicated. I talked about early on in my presentation about the various arms of government to start with that can be involved in an oil spill, be it transport, environment, and then I think about, well, IMO tend to engage with their focal points through ministries of transport, whereas perhaps UNEP and the Nairobi Convention tend to engage through ministries of environment, and making sure that those ministries talk to each other, that in the oil spill context, there are very good precedents and examples from other regions and certain countries where forming a working group at the national level to bring all the relevant parties from government together, and then also bridging out into the private sector, be it if there is an oil and gas industry or ports and shipping industry, to bring them in because they have experience and they have obligations under this framework for at the facility level and the operation level to have their contingency plans under the framework of a national system. That is the way forward, is getting the right people around the table and getting over this barrier that oil spills thankfully are rare events, major oil spills, and therefore it's very easy to put them on the back burner with the commitment there, but the resources to implement that commitment is sometimes overtaken by other commitments because an oil spill hasn't happened. That's why, back to the question I had about Wakashio, when you have these major events and an issue like oil spills comes right into the public eye and into the political eye, that perhaps is the opportunity to get the resources and the energy into preparedness and get the people around the table so that the national systems can be established, because only with functional and reasonably robust national systems are you going to get a regional cooperation framework properly working. It has to come from that way around. The evidence is from the previous projects that top down, either from international or regional level, to try and establish national level is very difficult. It's got to be fundamentally a reasonably robust national system to underpin the regional and therefore and then international support will come.
Thank you, Peter. I think that's a really good answer. I mean, it does appear that there's a lot of commitment to do the right thing in the region, and I think one of the issues is which you've clearly put your finger on is, you know, the lack of involvement perhaps of some of the private sector entities like the shipping industry, the oil and gas. So the hope is to bring those people into the discussions around ocean governance as we go forward.
Yeah, I would, if I may, Tim, just make a comment on that, because there is a kind of chicken and egg here. And my experience from other regions is that if the governments can show and be the catalyst and show that they are developing robust systems and demonstrating that political commitment, then the private sector will come on board. Using the example, for example, in Western Africa, where there is a very impressive initiative exactly in this field that I mentioned again on the last slide, involving IMO. And in that case, actually, although you have the Abidjan Convention, they've not been as engaged as perhaps you would have expected. Most of it come through IMO support. But that's one example where the private sector has come fully on board. But it needed the catalyst, really, for them, basically, I guess, putting it simply, something for them to come on board too, to put it that way.
Okay. Great. Well, it's a good start to that process, I think, is the dialogues that are planned as we go forward around ocean governance as an important aspect of it. Right. Thank you, Peter. Akunga, you're up next. It's an interesting, I think, regionally based question about the ABNJ and the countries of the region. The question is, you know, it seems like ABNJ, BBNJ issues within the Western Indian Ocean are not priority, is not a priority in the countries or for the countries of the region. There's obviously, you know, quite obvious reasons for that. But I mean, this information that we're hearing as part of this conference and what Katja was talking about is really relevant in how the ABNJ issues need to be considered by coastal states, especially those ones that were highlighted, the downstream states from ABNJ's processes. So the question is, we recognize that ABNJ is not a priority. How do we engage with countries to change that, or try to change that perception based on the new knowledge that we're getting now of connectivity? Thanks, Akunga. Over to you.
Thank you, Tim. Since I began engaging with the law of the sea more than 25 years ago now, as part of my master's program, it occurred to me that the maritime zones, especially the high seas and the international seabed area, were regimes that were established and beyond the reach of developing countries for obvious reasons, because developing countries, I mean, those spaces, and for that matter, ocean spaces generally, are not like streets in Nairobi or New York. You can't walk there, you know, in the usual ordinary sense, where you go to a popular place, a popular park, and so on. So that lack of accessibility, for me, has always been the greatest impediment. We can talk about it from where we sit, but we haven't been there. We only see the oceans from the air or at sea if we are seafaring. So as a result, they remain remote to many of us. And I would say also that in terms of why we should then engage, is that it's like we live, say in Kenya, we live around mountains, Mount Kenya or Mount Kilimanjaro, which are the largest, the tallest mountains globally, some of the tallest mountains across the continent. But we do not know what the peak of the mountain looks like. Unless you are a mountaineer, you cannot know what Kilimanjaro looks like, unless you are overflying it. And if you overfly it for just a minute, you can't quite own it. So what I'm saying in short, Tim, is that our countries, there are many reasons in why we should engage. The first is that the neighbor principle. We are neighbors, as coastal states, individually or collectively, we are neighbors with the areas beyond national jurisdiction because of the ecological connectivity that Katerina talked about, and because of spatial connectivity, because they are continuous water masses. So there is that neighbor principle which justifies why we should engage as coastal states, in spite of our capacities and limitations. Secondly, they're actually very proximate, AB&J are very proximate to our respective national and regional interests. The principle being that if you live next to a forest, you better be interested in how that forest is managed, because the day there's a forest fire, you will invariably suffer the consequence. Or if there's massive degradation, you suffer. So there is that proximity to our own interests that ought to be clear. And then the fact that there are plenty of resources in AB&J. As a matter of fact, what the blue economy paradigm is showing us is that that's where the money is. That's where resources, whether you're talking about seabed resources or you're talking about fisheries and so on, and other strategic interests. So there are many obvious benefits of arriving or engaging in AB&J issues. So how do we do that? My thinking, team, is that it begins from developing capacity. It begins from developing greater capacity through knowledge, through research and science, and so on, so that we know both scientifically and technically, and at the policy level, what are the stakes? Because for me, that is critically important. Because countries show an interest where there are benefits or where there are interests, and we need to do that by developing capacity of understanding and even of access. Then number two is developing, engaging more meaningfully in platforms at the international level that address AB&J. What I mean, team, is that the developing countries, and for that matter, our own sub-regional countries, should engage more meaningfully at the international level, whether we are talking about biodiversity, and including the process of the Biodiversity Convention, or whether we are talking about the protection of the marine environment in those areas, or shipping and maritime transport, or maritime security, or seabed mining, and so on and so forth. So that engagement, we already have a platform as developing countries because we have a theoretical principle of equality of a sovereign equality of states. So we sit in IMO, we sit in International Seabed Authority, we sit in UNEP and so on. So that our voice is not curtailed. What we mean is that we need to be more meaningful in the engagement that we have in those platforms. And then finally, it's necessary that at the regional or sub-regional level, we establish or sustain platforms that address ABND issues in a more concerted manner, so that when we go outwards, we are able to deal with those issues from a point of knowledge. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, Akunga. That was a very elaborate answer. And I think given us some ideas of how to go forward. Yeah, time is running short, so we go on to the last presenter. Katya, please. Yeah, I was really impressed by some of the information that first came out, I think, in your 2019 paper, but and reiterated part of it today as well. But, you know, obviously there's a lot of new information coming our way. And this has an impact on how countries feel about their aspirations towards blue economy, etc., and sustainability thereof. So my question to you is given what we know from the science in terms of connectivity that you talked about, how can we use connectivity of, for example, important fishery species such as tuna to perhaps convince those that are in a position to make policy, etc., to listen more carefully to what we're trying to say here in terms of the importance of this connectivity. So over to you. Interested to hear what you say.
Thank you, Tim. Yeah, that's indeed a tricky question, how make people to be a bit more active about the high seas. Not a trivial, but you are absolutely right. Probably the most, the shortest route there is to use tuna as an iconic species, which is totally kind of dependent on the connectivity, both in as an active migratory species and as passive, because its pelagic larval duration is quite long. So currents do matter, connection to the spawning areas do matter, and that's what also connects high seas and the coastal zone. Well, you know, in I think it was 2018 paper by Rashid Sumaila, is it time to close the high seas for fishing? So is it time to close the high seas for fishing? It's obviously a very radical idea, but maybe there is a halfway there introducing a high seas tax. Because there is this idea of benefit sharing with the high seas of any extraction activities, in which coastal zones downstream of this activity should participate. So maybe introducing this benefit sharing high seas tax is something which might be you may not get there as a destination, but the road there will spin up a huge interest in this. Who is connected to the high seas and who should benefit from any activities there? So that's one consideration. Another is, of course, MPAs in the high seas. And Western Indian Ocean central part is an obvious choice there, due to its geographical shape, its connection to the least developed countries. And tuna is indeed rising on the agenda for the coastal zones. It's not kind of industrial fisheries anymore, with continuous degradation of the coastal zones and with stress under which coral reefs are and will be in the next few decades. Tuna is rising on the agenda for coastal population with technology improving, boats getting bigger, so it's getting more and more important, and maybe that is also line of argument which should increase attention. And another thing to say is I'm bringing again those idea of a dwelling system on the periphery of the Western Indian Ocean. They are not working individually, they're working as a single organism, if you like. And once we start looking at this dwelling system as a strongly connected network which sustains those fisheries, then you start looking at the high seas as part of it, because it's a corridor via which connection between this upwelling system happening. So no, there is no answer to it. There is just some thoughts towards it.
I think that's why it will be critically important as we go forward with this ocean governance dialogues to bring in some more of this discussion around BBNJ and the connectivity thereof. So yeah, thanks very much for sharing those ideas with us. Madam Chair, I think that's the end of what I have. I know we've gone over a little bit of time, but I'm not sure if there are any last minute queries, if you want to open it up to the floor for any last statements before the closing ceremony. So I'll turn it over back to you. Thanks very much, Jackie.
Thank you, Tim. Let me see. I think those have been very, very critical engagements that will help us move forward from the dialogues that we've had today. We are still there. We are 55 this afternoon, so we are still going active. We can take a few questions, a few remarks, comments, commendations. Thoughts of how we can move forward. So the floor is open before we begin to close. Stephen, nice to see you. Please proceed.
Yes, Jackie, thank you. I would just like to mention, in the context of what's just been spoken about the tuna fishery, that Kenya is really leading the way in its questions to the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission on the problems of drifting fads. And Kenya has just forced a new discussion in the IOTC about that. And the relevance is that the yellowfin tuna in the Western Indian Ocean is very overfished. And this is very significant for coastal states. And it's principally the purse seine fishery which is causing this, which is fishing juveniles, which are accentuated by the use of drifting fads. And Kenya has put forward a motion that the use of drifting fads should be much reduced. This did not pass in the last meeting, but the voting was very close. And this has been brought to a new meeting, which is taking place later in November. And we would like to commend Kenya on its initiatives to bring this about, which is most important for all coastal states, not only Kenya. So it's an observation and a congratulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. It's good to know that some of the efforts that we put, sometimes we think they're insignificant, can go a long way to spurring dialogue and raising a flag where it's required. Any other comments? Jared?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and colleagues who have presented in this session. As we come to an end, it has been very exciting Something that came up in the course of discussing engagement of countries in the BBNJ discussions or negotiations. Regional countries are struggling to manage resources within their territorial waters, contour zone, or even EEZ. And therefore, for many countries, active participation in the BBNJ negotiations may not be exactly a priority. But is there a way, Katia, in your engagements and experience, regional countries could be mobilized to negotiate as a bloc, because that will probably strengthen the voice and bring in competencies, from countries that have been engaging in the negotiations. Because otherwise, if we expect, regional countries to negotiate individually, some may not even prioritize it because of challenges that I've already indicated. But probably a regional coalition may be stronger and more effective. In your experience, because you have been participating in these negotiations, is that a viable way to explore so that countries can participate effectively? Because the reality is that the BBNJ will be the new frontiers for exploitation of resources, minerals, oil and gas, fisheries, among others. Katia?
Jad, you're asking a scientist. What can I say? I was brought into this topic from purely scientific perspective. Yes, I was observing, I was trying, I've been to these negotiations, I listen to how they go. So I do not see any obstacles there. It's for me, it seems to be such a straightforward thing to do, but for some reason it's not happening. And maybe you are absolutely putting your finger on a solution in this case, that negotiating as a bloc of Western Indian Ocean countries can be much more efficient than hoping that individual countries will step up. So, and again, I do not see any obstacles. For me as a scientist, it seems to be such an obvious case to negotiate. So yeah, I'm at a loss why it's not happening in a way active enough to make a difference. But it seems like we're so nearly there to build into this downstream connectivity in. So yes, what can I say?
You've said it, thank you.
Thank you, Bosire and Katia. Anyone else?
Maybe I can just add on to that.
Yes.
Yes, yes, Jared, thank you very much for raising that issue. Indeed, the regional approach would be the most viable one in matters ABNJ. And however, I just wonder if it's a little too late for us, if I may use those words, given that the last negotiation round is coming up next year, and that will be it. So I think perhaps the next discussion in the region would be how to realize what will be articulated in the final document, in the 4 package elements. For example, the area-based management tools, and specifically establishing MPAs in the high seas. And I think Katia has already provided some useful insights on which would be the most viable areas to do so in terms of connectivity. I think the other package elements have to do with benefit sharing. That's within the International Seabed Authority on marine genetic resources, for example, etc. So at this point, okay, I could be wrong, but perhaps maybe it's best to just wait for the outcome document and organize ourselves regionally to implement in a manner or approach that best suits the countries and the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yvonne. I recall I had a question for Bernadette. Bernadette, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, good. I have some interest in marine spatial planning, and one thing I carried away from the discussion that you and the presentation you gave was that there was preference. It seemed to me there was a preference from an ecosystem-based MSP, but there may be countries that may not really want a purely ecosystem-based. They may want a blend. They may want more economic-based. How would you respond to that? And are there countries in the region that have taken a different approach?
Thank you, Jackie. That's quite important. So I think it's the I think it's collectively first developing those founding or grounding or principles for the marine spatial planning, and an understanding that it's not a sectoral based approach, it is an ecosystem based approach. However, it doesn't exclude the economics and it doesn't exclude the sectors. And I think that comfort needs to be put forward very clearly. You can't have the sectoral human well-being and economic growth without the ecosystem. As Katja has already talked about connectivity, we talk about ecosystem services, and we've had mention of socioeconomic gain and so forth. So we need to understand that there are also intended and unintended connections between the different sectors that are grounded in actual ecosystem functioning, happening and working. And also if we look at the benefits sharing aspect as well. So I think the approach is through a negotiated approach. There are some countries that I think it's also the common language that we need to use in terms of, if we talk about a marine spatial plan, what do we mean by marine spatial plan, and whether it's a sectoral approach or an ecosystem-based approach, because there's conflation between it. And there's also like the use sometimes of a maritime spatial plan, which tends to be more sectoral, versus a marine spatial plan, which includes maritime use of the marine environment. So I think that's one of the things we need to do, is to have this common understanding, the common use of language, and what do we mean by marine versus maritime, what is encompassed in it. And it's difficult to get that consensus globally, let alone regionally or at a national level. But we can't have one without the other. We cannot have the economy without, and the social well-being without the environment. And that's why using the ecosystem-based approach brings in the BBNJ or ABNJ aspects. It brings in the conservation and marine protection aspects. It brings in also the shared resources in terms of sustainable fishery management. But I think it's just making that very clear.
Thank you for that. We have room for maybe one more, two more interventions. The floor is open. Don't go away with a question. This afternoon's session was extremely interesting. It may have been complicated for those who may not be in these specific fields, but I do believe we've learned a lot. So it looks like there's silence. So then I'll proceed to give just a few closing remarks and a few reflections as we come to the end of this important session. So I had prepared some closing remarks, but I find myself, having listened to the talks, I find that I'm deeply conflicted in whether to speak from the ignorance that I had at the start, or just reflect a bit about what I have learned and what I believe others have learned in this session. And for me, I think it has been very instrumental because our region still grapples with the usefulness of science. And I commend the first keynote speaker for helping us piece together some of the puzzle in a very constructive way, and in a way that will keep us, reflecting on how we can push the bar I recall the question of having regional strategy for science and regional approach, regional science agenda made me go back to look at the agenda for WIOMS, and I realized that our strategy talks about capacity building. Strategy and vision need a renewal, and I believe that this sessions will provide us with food for thought in terms of how to move forward in this new ocean decade, and in terms of how to craft a stronger agenda for science that integrates policy and moves beyond simple capacity building, but pushes us forward to talk to people, and in particular the private sector. I've been impressed by the Multi-Stakeholder Initiative, the MSI, and I look forward to seeing how that rolls out, and hope that many of us can participate in the tools that it will provide to help us link with and understand the language of different stakeholders. I think the one thing we do as scientists is understand the language of science, and it is important to move forward beyond just the language of science to talk to policymakers and communities in a way that can resonate and push actions. The oil spill discussion was similarly impressive, and also the recognition that countries have done something in terms of ratifying the conventions, and also recognizing the gaps and status of readiness. And I think this is something that will continue to be pushed forward, even as we dialogue together to ensure that we can support capacity and also financing for us to be in a position of readiness. And obviously, the ABNJ dialogue has taken us to a governance level, and also the level of looking at big data. I think, Katia, you have shown us what big data sets can do. And this is something that I have been looking into a bit more for the region in terms of collaborations between scientists to look at larger data sets and use those data sets to give larger policy directions. And perhaps when we use larger data sets, we can grow in our levels of certainty in providing answers to policymakers, because small data sets are still hinged in deep levels of uncertainty. I have enjoyed the last panel discussion and look forward, Tim, to seeing how the different insights that have been shared can help us propel the region forward into the future and into the UN Decade for Ocean Science and Sustainable Development. So as I close, I'll admit I was not able to attend all the sessions, but I do believe that there has been a wealth of information that has been shared, and that the interactions have been deeply beneficial for everybody. And I look forward to listening to what I missed, and also to reading the workshop report and learning from the recommendations that will be made by different participants. So with those few remarks, I wish to thank everyone that has made this possible: WIOGEN, Nairobi Convention, IOI, and all the participants that have stayed on. Today I can see that we have just dropped slightly from the high numbers of 60 to 70 this morning, and it's deeply impressive. So thank you all, and I'd like to hand over to WIOGEN for their closing remarks.
Thank you so much, Jacqueline. It's Letitia here. Thank you to everyone today. Jacqueline, thanks for fantastic chairing and moderation, to you and Tim throughout the day. I'm going to hand over to my colleagues Shannon and Rebecca from IOI and ZMT. Thank you.
Thanks, Letitia. Today was something we've really been excited about, bringing together the science and policy and looking at developing strategies and ways forward for ocean governance in the region. So we're really grateful to our partners at the Nairobi Convention for making this happen and for a wonderful day of presentations and discussion. At the launch conference in Zanzibar in 2019, we had conceptualized 3 themes for working groups and asked for volunteers to lead them. We weren't really sure how it would work as a completely member-driven network, but we like to think it has been successful. We have subsequently expanded our themes and welcomed new committee members. This management committee has been the beating heart of the network, volunteering their time, ideas, and enthusiasm to make WIOGEN work. We hope that we have provided a valuable addition to the ocean governance community in the Western Indian Ocean, and we will continue to support the science to policy interface, showcase women in science and early career researchers, provide capacity development and a safe space for people of all professional and research backgrounds to communicate and network over ocean governance themes. We hope you consider yourselves members of the WIOGEN family now and will stay in touch with us and each other so we can all work towards effective ocean governance in the Western Indian Ocean.
When we were planning this conference, it was really important for us to have a tangible outcome. So therefore, we're really honored that WIOMSA has been so supportive in a special edition of the WIOMSA Journal for Marine Sciences that focuses on ocean governance. So we look forward to seeing papers submitted to that. And that publication is planned for the first half of next year. We also encourage our scientists to continue to work on stakeholder communication, putting science to policy and practice, for example, by the means of developing a policy brief or other formats. And WIOGEN is here to help you with that through training, writing retreats, and review of such documents. So we hope there will be the opportunity to work together towards a better sharing of information and knowledge in the region through all networks, platforms, and channels. This virtual format indeed is not the same as meeting in person and exchanging, deciding important stuff on the hallways during coffee breaks, but we hope that it still has been of merit in the times of restricted travel and even facilitated the participation by stakeholders that might have otherwise not been able to participate due to travel costs. So in the name of WIOGEN coordinating team, I thank all speakers, participants, and co-organizers, including our partners WIOMSA, Cordio, and the Nairobi Convention, for their support throughout the last 3 days. It fills us with hope that there's such a strong commitment and expertise in the region, and maybe the region is on a good way of becoming a champion of inclusive and effective science policy interaction. Special thanks goes out to our funders, GIZ, Mehrwissen, and the BMZ, and our very active management committee. Without you, there would not be a WIOGEN. What remains to be said before sending you into the weekend? We will continue our work and work hard with researchers and other stakeholders for the WIO region. After securing our first project extension until September next year, we are now trying to secure long-term sustainability for WIOGEN. So keep your fingers crossed, and thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Stay in touch. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Goodbye. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
Bye.
See you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh. Yay!
Oh.
Thanks to everyone. I think we'll put everyone else in the waiting room. Stop the recording.